Hello DevOps friends, this is Full Stack Live. I'm Jochen, the Monospace Mentor. Welcome to my stream. And today is a bonus stream. I didn't stream yesterday because I was so busy in the morning, and that spilled over into the afternoon, and so I couldn't start my stream on time, and then I got busy again, and it wasn't to be. So I thought, why not do a live stream today? I have an empty calendar and can do whatever I want. Things are winding down for Christmas anyway. And so I thought, okay, let's do a stream and get some things done and maybe do even something fun. And here we are. So let's do this. What I've planned so far is to do some refactoring work on one of our infrastructure cookbooks. I noticed that I started interspersing data code with infrastructure code, and that really reminded me of how we did PHP back in the day, where you simply took a HTML file and then interspersed it with PHP code. And that never was tenable, and thankfully got solved by additional frameworks and stuff where we can have our business logic separate from our presentation logic. And I think it's pretty similar with our infrastructure code as well. Because the if we intersperse infrastructure code with business logic that much, and that is definitely something that I enjoy and why I'm using an imperative language, in this case Ruby, to automate our infrastructure instead of using something declarative like Terraform or something like that. It puts an onus on the developer to keep things clean and not make everything into a huge bunch of data structures and business logic and system resources that get updated and all that stuff. So that's definitely something that I'd like to practice today, extracting business logic from infrastructure code and make it better Ruby code that way, and also better infrastructure code. And we'll see where we go from there. I haven't done much planning because this is rather spontaneous, but we'll see. There's plenty of opportunities to do stuff, and if it's just playing a little bit of Words on Stream. So yeah, I guess that's it in a nutshell, and why not get started? So, here we are in our cookbook repository. I've already created an issue, as I always do before I start work, because I'd like to be able to reference an issue in our GitLab repository, and that's easy to do because GitLab automatically associates branches with issues that have the same number as the branch name is prefixed with. So let's get started by first, pulling the current repository code. So we are already up to date, that's good. And now let's spin off a branch with the issue number, in this case 886, Prometheus X Refactor. And so let's open this cookbook. The name already tells you that this cookbook is about Prometheus, a monitoring software which we are going to use to replace our legacy monitoring systems. And that's why I've been working on this cookbook and the one above it for a while now, and we are starting to use it on our latest production systems. But there's still work to do, especially with very custom checks that we have implemented in our previous monitoring systems. These need to be kind of ported over to Prometheus. We'll see how that goes. I planned on being finished with that by the end of the year, but I don't think that's realistic anymore. So I'll have to make sure to focus on that stuff. But today I'm not doing the hardcore porting of checks and instead doing something a little more challenging in terms of software engineering, just to keep my brain occupied and to have a little bit of fun, because clean code is fun. By the way, let's not make this a multi-hour monologue on my side. If there's anything that you'd like to ask, if there's anything that you want to share, please post it to chat and let's have a conversation. You are, of course, very welcome to lurk as well. That's fine too. Okay, so the code that I was referring to is, I think, mostly here in this Prometheus recipe, which sets up the Prometheus server. in a Prometheus monitoring system, the Prometheus server is the central piece and also the most complex configuration, because the configuration needs to tell Prometheus where to get all its metrics. In the end, Prometheus is just a metrics collecting service which contacts all kinds of what's called exporters. And these exporters deliver system information or information about specific software. There are exporters for the most common system stuff, namely the node exporter, which gives you CPU load and disk usage and all these things. And there are more specific exporters like the MySQL exporter, for example, which gives you loads of metrics of your database systems. And getting these exporters running is mostly pretty straightforward. You simply provide them with the necessary access, and then they open up a HTTP port where they can be queried from the Prometheus server. And that's why the Prometheus configuration is much more complex, because that's the central place where you have to list all the exporters on all the nodes that you'd like Prometheus to collect from. And so this is pretty complicated. GoPro Slowyo, welcome to the stack. Good to have you. Working on something similar, just started running Talos on the home lab and working on adding node exporter. That's brilliant. That's brilliant. Yeah, home lab is a great thing. I only got into this year. Back in the day, I of course had my own server and servers even running in my bedroom and or in my office. And then basically came the hour of the cloud, and it didn't seem to make sense to me to run stuff locally anymore. But this year I really caught the bug, got myself an old 2018 Dell Infinity workstation, and it's great. I've equipped it with 4 spinning Rust drives, built my NAS on it. Everything is running based on Proxmox. The NAS itself is based on what is it called? TrueNAS Scale. We are running Portaina on it to get all the servers and stuff. And it's so nice, exactly, to have a little bit of horsepower to run all these services on. I'm looking forward to starting to set up my own Kubernetes cluster here, just to experiment. And to be honest, it's also nice to have a dedicated machine running. Before I had a few containers running on my Synology NAS, but that's only a very small NAS, and it couldn't do much. And upgrading to the real home server was really fun and useful as well. I definitely got a lot of use out of that already after. When did I set that up? After 3 months or so. Yeah, I'll have to extend the server to a little bit of more RAM, and that's what the home lab expansion goal is for. So I'm saving for my 128 gigabytes of RAM. And yeah, that's going to be fun because it'll enable me to run even more VMs on that. Talos is actually something I'm not too familiar with. Let me take a look at what that is. Talos alone, I think, is a little bit... Is it the Talos IoT? No, it's not. Can't imagine. Talos.dev, thank you. Let's take a look. Kubernetes oh! Okay. Talos Linux is Linux designed for Kubernetes. Does it compete with CoreOS or something? Secure, immutable, yeah, it seems to. Secure, immutable, and minimal. Cloud platforms, bare metal, virtualization platforms. All system management is done via an API. No SSH, shell or console. Interesting. Production ready. Sidero Labs. Interesting. Thanks for the hint. That looks interesting. I think I'll have a look at this later on stream, so I leave the tab open and we'll see. Thanks, GoPro. That's a good tip. Okay, so if you're not familiar with Chef, which is the infrastructure as code platform that we're using, it's basically you basically write Ruby code to automate setups of your machines, but Chef already provides you with what it calls resources, and here this file block, for example, is a resource. It's it tells Chef to create a specific file whose name is the value of this variable, rules file path, and then you add attributes where the content from the file comes from, what the owner group and mode of the file should be, and which other resources need to be notified if this file resource gets updated. So for example, if the rules file gets updated, we need to reload the configuration for our Prometheus service, or we need to reload the Prometheus service itself. That's what it is. And so in the most simple situation, you'd simply string resources like this file resource, or a package resource which installs software, or a service resource which manages a specific system service, one after another, and Chef will execute that and make sure that the system exactly looks like the resources that you described in what Chef calls recipes. Oh, you did use Chef at SendGrid. Yeah, that's brilliant. And yes, wrappers around upstream cookbooks, these dependencies, man, they are a pain in the ass. So it was definitely a good choice to write wrappers around them so you can replace them easily. We've been running Chef for 13 years now, so we had our fair share of cookbooks that became unmaintained or didn't get updated to newer operating system versions and stuff like that. That's definitely a downside, but by now we have our ways to deal with all this. Now, what I really like about Chef, and I only realized this a few months into using Chef, that it's just Ruby. So I can actually insert pure Ruby code like this unless condition that does specific stuff here in between these resources. As you can see, there's another file resource and a directory resource, which of course creates a directory. Then there's more Ruby code with a variable. Then we have a systemd unit resource that creates a systemd unit. Then we have another condition here that conditionally includes another recipe. Now, and that's exactly what I was referring to when I mentioned the PHP pages of old, where you would take your existing HTML and then sprinkle PHP all over it and make everything dynamic. And in the end, you had something that was neither HTML nor PHP. It was an unholy mix that was nearly unmaintainable. And of course, that's when people got smarter and said, okay, let's separate this. We'll have our business logic in PHP files, and then we'll use templates to then have our presentation logic in there. And these templates don't have much of logic in them anymore. So there's a much better separation of concerns. And I think that's what we need here as well. I don't mind, say, this condition down here, where we include a recipe only under a specific condition. That's fine, and that's readable, and that's okay. But take a look at this thing up here. This whole prom config and each pair loop here does all kinds of stuff with a case statement in it, and variables that get defined, and some data structures get populated, and these data structures are pretty complex because in the end they are going to be turned into YAML and written out to a configuration file, and that's something that, yeah, that's not something you should do at all. Cherry Heart, welcome to the stack. Good to have you. Good morning. Is it still morning? Yes, it's 11:30. So good morning to you. And yeah, happy to have you here. So what I'd like to do is what is common in refactoring. I'd like to extract this business logic into its own library and define a few.
GoPro Slow Yo just redeemed hydrate.
Thank you for that. I definitely need to drink something, especially if I keep talking and talking and talking. Have a nice little cup of tea. Later I'm going to brew myself another coffee from freshly ground beans. Looking forward to that already, but for the time being it's going to be tea. Yes, I was just about to say I'd like to extract this into its own library, create some kind of a class that I can then simply instantiate. It looks like this is going to be a Prometheus configuration class, doesn't it? So that's what I'm going to do. Now, the basis of successful refactoring is always having a good test suite. So what I'm going to do is create a new shell where I can actually change into my Prometheus X cookbook directory. And if you haven't noticed by now, Chef does use the whole kitchen metaphor. You have cookbooks that automate a specific part of your infrastructure, and this cookbook then consists of recipes that are basically single components of that cookbook, and you have a test tool that's called Test Kitchen. The command line utility that you use to interact with the Chef server is called Knife. And yeah, that's so they really went the whole hog into this metaphor, and unfortunately, because these are all common literal household words, sometimes it's really hard to do searches for chef-specific topics. Yeah, so what I was about to do is run our test suite. So I have two test suites here that both get run on two different versions of Ubuntu. Ubuntu 16, which is deprecated by now, and Ubuntu 20. I would like to add 2204 to this as well. But I'm not going to do that in this session. We should keep these things separate, refactoring and upgrading to new Ubuntu versions. But we definitely need to update because Ubuntu 2404 is coming, and we'd like to be prepared for that. We are not going to jump right onto 2404. We always let things mature a little bit before we upgrade, but we should definitely be testing with 2204 by now. And so yeah, 8 a.m. good morning. 8 a.m. That means yeah, shall we say East Coast US? Or maybe even South America. Isn't it 8 a.m. in Peru at the moment, for example? Or 8:30. Brazil. Okay. DMP, good day to you, sir. Or madam. I don't know if yeah, it doesn't matter. Happy to have you here. Welcome to the stack. So, yeah, before you refactor, it's always a good idea to run your test suite, which I'm going to do using my test kitchen my test kitchen test alias, which will run these 4 test suites and also clean up after itself if everything goes well. Testing with Chef involves spinning up a Linux VM using the operating system that you've defined in your test suite, then installing Chef on this Linux machine, running your cookbook, then executing the tests that you've defined, and if everything goes well and all the tests are green and successful, then it'll tear down the VM again and everything will be cleaned up. It definitely would help if I, say, could hover over your name and see your pronouns, but it's not that important, I think. Or is it? At least for me, I'm happy to use a more generic they, them. Here you can see the first test suite already being executed with being fully successful, so this VM is getting torn down, and then there's another VM for the next test suite. Yeah, you're right. I guess you could be more specific by addressing people with the proper pronouns. Yeah, that would make things easier. Hey, Twitch. Get your ass in gear. It's 2023. So, what this does is make sure that when I run tests later after making changes, I don't get errors that aren't related to my changes. I ran into this issue before, where I went directly into making changes to a cookbook, and then my test started breaking, and I was racking my head what I had done and how I caused these errors, until I realized that these errors came with the version of code that I had based my work on. And so these errors weren't in any way related to my changes, and that cost me an hour of frantic debugging and stuff like that. So that taught me to start work by running the tests, making sure that the code base that I'm working with is actually valid, and then we can make changes. And if we get errors in our test suite, then we know who to blame. And yeah. Isn't it? It's so frustrating. I just was wondering why this was red, but that's just the random color that Test Kitchen chose to run the next test with and distinguish it from the previous one. So nothing is breaking. You spend lifetime on chasing red herrings and doubting your own abilities to code, even though you didn't make any errors in the first place. Yeah, I agree. This really threw me off for a second, because I thought, what's going on here? We are so primed on regarding red as bad. So, test suite is through. Fortunately, this test suite, even though it has 4 different what do you call them? Sessions, I guess. Runs pretty fast. We also have cookbooks that take an hour to finish all the tests. Especially the ones that we use for our web servers. My company is running a managed hosting platform for Drupal and WordPress, especially for high-profile Drupal and WordPress websites. And the test suite for the cookbook that does all the setup of our application servers, that takes an hour to run because it does a lot of stuff, and it does also install a lot of stuff. So for example, it installs probably hundreds of packages all around PHP and things. So even just downloading these packages and installing them on the VM, and then you might have multiple versions of the same VM, that really takes time. Yes, we do have a CI pipeline where the tests run again. If we submit a merge request, this merge request will then trigger a CI run, just to be sure that the code that was submitted does meet our standards. Our test suite not only does these integration tests, it also does stylistic tests, and makes sure that the cookbook version was properly bumped and that a changelog entry is actually referencing this new version. This CI run does make sure that everything is proper and that it makes sense to review this merge request. Now, since we are good, it's time to get our brain in gear and think about how we're going to refactor this. Let's take a look at this code. So there is a job config and a Prometheus config. Well, the Prometheus config does consist of different job configs. And here we are building up the targets for the specific monitoring job. Either we pass in the targets, the node names that we'd like to monitor as a static list. So we'll simply push them into job config, or we pass in a search query that does a search on our Chef server for specific nodes. Of course, that's the easier way to pass in a list of targets that auto-updates, because every time this recipe runs, it'll do the query that gets passed in, and if new machines have joined, then they will be included in the new list, and the Prometheus configuration will automatically be updated with the new nodes as well. Same goes, of course, if nodes go away. If we deprovision any nodes, then they will fall out of this list as well. So I guess there's an opportunity to create multiple classes here. We could have a job targets class here that in the end simply returns a list of targets, regardless if they were previously passed in literally or in the form of a search query. And then there should be a job configuration class that what does job config do? It has a job name. It merges in. See, what does it actually do? Oh yes, it basically parses the config hash that is associated with the job. And in there, it basically filters out all key value pairs where the key name starts with an underscore, because that means these are kind of private or internal attributes that are not going to be included literally in the Prometheus configuration. As you can see, for example, underscore target list is such a key. That's for the recipe here, and or target discovery, for example, is another of these internal keys that we won't include in the Prometheus configuration file, but instead use to generate configuration for Prometheus. So that's why the job config itself, which gets written to the configuration file, needs to be cleaned up, so not to include these internal attributes. I would say let's start from the inside out with the target list. And the target list depends on the target discovery value. If that is static list, then we'll simply take the value from the target list attribute. If it's static search, then we need a target port, which is also an internal attribute, and then we define a proc that maps an host name and or maps a node to either a domain name and a port. If we have a port defined here, then the port gets appended to the domain name. If we haven't defined a port, then we'll just use the bare host names. And then we use a search, use the address map proc to turn nodes, which are returned, node objects, which are returned from the Chef server, into a list of either host names or host port combinations, and then we sort that in order to make sure that if we get the list in a different order than previously, but with the same cardinality and the same contents, then it doesn't trigger a rewrite of the configuration file, simply because the sort order for some reason had changed. And that's why we always sort this list to make sure that if the only thing that differentiates the currently generated list from the one previously is the order in which its elements are in, then we won't rewrite our configuration. So let's try and do this. So what we need is we need a new lib directory. I think it's library actually. But how about we look this up? A library allows arbitrary Ruby code to be included in a cookbook. Write helpers that are used throughout recipes. Library file is a Ruby file is located within a cookbook's libraries directory. Okay, was right. Okay. I'm not going to build a helper, but we do use a specific namespacing for our libraries, and I have to take a look at how this has been done before. So the box data cookbook, for example, has a libraries. Wait, is it plural? Yes, okay. And so let's see this here, for example. So we have a module box, which is the product that we are running, the name of our hosting platform. And then we have a class website. Okay, that's one thing. Okay. Didn't we have a cookbooks hierarchy as well? Let's see. There isn't even a namespace in this one. This one has the box namespace. These are helpers which get included in the chef recipe namespace. And then, yeah, so it looks like we simply have this module box, and then we have our We'll call that Prometheus config.rb. I think I'll create single files. Why cram everything into into a single file if we can separate them out? Yes, DMP, the yellow vertical line is at the 80 characters, I think. Or no, I think I have extended that to 132 characters, actually. I had an 80 column limit up until recently, but yeah, since no one is developing on a VT100 terminal anymore, I think extending that a little bit does make sense. I don't want lines to be endless, but I think 132 lines, which would be the higher resolution of a VT220 terminal, I think, seems to be a good medium there. Library. So what we're going to do is the target list. Target list.rb. So start as usual with the frozen string literal comment, and then it's going to be module. No, it's not module freistyle box in this case. In this case, I don't need a module, to be honest. I think we can simply. Well, why not use Prometheus X? I'm always amazed at Copilot. But in this instance, it's not exactly what I was going to build. Having an array of targets does make sense, I think. But I'm not even sure if that's okay. So let's keep it this way. Target list. We need to initialize this. And how are we actually going to do that? We have this config variable, which is a single scrape configuration, a scrape job basically. So I think we'll simply pass in. Do we then pass in a job config instance? Maybe we are going to go inside out more quickly than I anticipated. Because a job will have its own configuration. Now we are really into object-oriented design here. And to be honest, I'm not doing it often enough, and that's going to be an interesting challenge. But that's exactly why I'm doing this, because I realized I do this object-oriented design far too little to be proficient in it, because most of the time I simply write things down, and if it works, it works, and then it gets published. And yeah, doing these nice little design steps and cleaning up your code is something that I want to get back into my muscle and yeah, into my muscle memory basically. I don't actually. I don't. Oh, Thindle! Good afternoon to you. You are at least 1 hour ahead of me, so it's in 10 minutes it's going to be afternoon for me as well, or noon for that matter. How's life? Welcome to the stack. Yeah, I figured. Okay, so we'll instantiate a job with its name and its configuration, and then we'll need a target list from the information that is included in that job configuration. And then we'll return we'll return always a list that either comes directly from the configuration or from a search. Pondering the important questions. Should there be a pre-noon or before noon? Yeah, I think linguistically you're right. It's not post-noon, so before noon would be the better equivalent. So, Sandy Metz says that it's easier to determine which classes to create by not by looking at the nouns, but looking at the messages that you send. And so I guess it makes sense to start by creating our job configuration first. So let's do that. Job configuration.rb, class job configuration, def initialize. No, we're not going to use a node in this case, but that's sensible because most of the time we have to pass in a node for its node attributes. So every server in Chef is a node, and every node has a huge hash of a huge data structure that is the node attributes, and yeah, I didn't even think of that, DNP and Thindle. Yeah, of course. There's Vormittag and Nachmittag. In this case, I think we'll simply pass in a name and a configuration. Yeah. So we'll store both in here. Oops. Now, what are we up to? I'm refactoring this cookbook. I'd like to change the fact that it's a huge mix of business logic, Ruby logic, and Chef logic, which is simple system resources. And I'd like to clean up, especially since this is pretty complex. It builds up basically a hash that will then be turned into YAML. And so it's not quite obvious what happens here, and I'd like to make this more obvious by structuring the code better. I, of course, could implement this also using comments, and there is a comment reward that you can redeem, but I'll do it very reluctantly because comments oftentimes, most of the times aren't the solution. If you need comments to explain your code, then you should change your code, not add comments. Thing though, I really can't build perfect code the first time around and then even stream that live on Twitch, because that would make thousands of people immediately quit their jobs and become gardeners or craftsmen, or craftswomen, of course. So I make a point into doing imperfect programming and only perfectionize everything after the fact. Yes, that's exactly what I meant. Okay, yeah, job config. So instead of saying job config here we start the job config hash, and that's also I think a common sign that there is a class screaming to get out. If you create a hash of stuff where the meaning of the whole data structure isn't immediately apparent, especially if it's a very complex hash with many nested levels, and that this hash here definitely is. And so what we are going to do instead is I should be able to do a job config equals job configuration job and config, exactly. So we'll extract all this into here. Oops. That didn't work. I tried to reformat, but there is a bundler problem here. I guess SolarGraph is running in some kind of environment where bundle doesn't really work. I'll have to look after that another time. So what we're doing here is creating our job config. So all we're going to do in the end is return this job config, and we'll use @name here, and instead of config, I'll make this easy and use @config. And then we'll need the node. Okay. Because we're still using node attributes here. So I guess we'll have to also add the node here. Then we'll do the search using @config target create. We could even have made our work here much easier by simply saying we have an internal attribute reader for config, for everything, I guess. Name config node. And then we can, instead of referencing this instance variable that might or might not exist, depending on how good our typing is. We can make this a method that simply returns the configuration. And since we, in the end, return job config, I can simply say job config do the thing. Let's pass in our node here. And of course, I need to make this a little bit more explanatory. Actually, I think I'd simply call this 2h, which is the usual method name that turns a data structure into a hash. And since this yeah, that's basically what this method does, isn't it? I think that's actually fine. I wonder if we can even, yeah, I think we should refactor this as well to make it more readable. But let's try things first, step by step. So this does look more readable now, does it? Doesn't it? We can see, okay, we take the scrape configs, turn them into a hash, and then we iterate over each pair where we expect there to be a job name and a configuration. We'll create a new job configuration object using this name, configuration, and our node attributes that need to be referenced at some time. And by using job config 2h, we can expect to get a hash in return that we'll store under Prometheus config scrape configs, or we'll add it to this array basically, because we've initialized prom config scrape configs as an array. That way this should again work. Now, as you notice that I'm using the conditional, we should verify what I'm claiming here, and I'll do that by running test kitchen converge on Prometheus Ubuntu 2004. Test kitchen converge doesn't run the full cycle of our test. It does the initialization of a new VM, it installs Chef and runs our cookbook, but then it stops at that point. So the VM will still be running when this finishes, and so we can actually try if everything works, and we can look into our VM in case it doesn't. So yeah, that's the way that I'm doing the first iterations on my code. And of course, if the converge run works, I'll also run test kitchen verify, which executes the test suite, just to make sure that my code still doesn't break anything. But as you can see, it doesn't even run to the end in the converge phase. Here is an error in Prometheus config structure. job config 2h. It's a private method. Yes, I declared that this is a private method and I don't even know why. So let's go back here. 2h, of course, is not a private method. Only the attribute functions are. Because I don't want to expose these to the public, there's no need to. And that way my 2h method can use these attribute reader methods that get automatically created, but not anyone outside. Cytex, welcome to the stack. I'm happy to have you here. How is life? Now, let's see if this was an easy fix. The other advantage of Test Kitchen Converge not tearing down the VM anymore is that parts of what already got done in this run don't have to be repeated. But there's another issue here, and that is, I think that search is lacking context here. Yes, it's an undefined method for the job configuration class because it's a chef method, and I'll have to look up how this works actually. Let me go into this shell here. What do we look for? Is a dot search something that works? No, that's a regex. Is it -G? Why even do that? If it's a regex, then we can simply do that. So what we need to do is we need to prefix that. We need to use the chef search query class. And then take the first element that gets returned. Okay, so let's see. No, that's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. That's brilliant. I love that Cytex. Doing your own DevOps stuff while having the stream running and seeing other people do the same. I love doing that myself. Okay, so that's the query, but of course we need to also do the other stuff here. So instead of calling this here, we'll say targets equals chef search query new search, such and such search. And then we need to remember to take the first element that gets returned here. So if I delete this and do this, then we can indent this here. And after the search, we need to take the first element, and only then we can then map this. Okay, this is also quite unreadable, and we are doing, I think, multiple law of Demeter violations here. So let's also extract this or tear this a little bit apart, or tease this apart. So we'll call it search. And that's the chef search query until the first here. So that does make sense. We'll do it this way, and then we'll say that's search.map.sort. Yeah. Okay. Let's see how we are doing now. Ruby code is valid. That's why it's now executing my recipe. And this should only take a second. It's almost done already. However, since this stabilize call here seems to be hanging, that means that Prometheus doesn't actually work properly. This Prometheus X test cookbook, whose stabilized recipe gets called here, is supposed to wait until Prometheus has spun up properly so that we can then run our tests without running into problems that are caused simply by Prometheus not being ready to be tested yet. But as you can see, we tried a lot of times to query the Prometheus server here in a loop, and every time we got connection refused, and in the end we gave up. So Prometheus isn't running, which means we somehow botched the configuration. And I can actually take a look at what's going wrong by going into the test VM. It's called Prometheus Ubuntu 2004. And let's take a look at the configuration that got generated here. Yeah, that doesn't look good, for example. Here we have a scrape configuration that doesn't have a job name, and it starts with an array. So this is an array of an array. That doesn't look good. As you can see, targets should be nested below a job name and stuff. And so can I tell which one is missing here? We have the ping job, we have the node exporter job. I think, yeah, we can tell from the port number that gets scraped here. 9090, that's the Prometheus server itself. And for some reason, it's missing a job name. How is that possible? And it's the only one where the job name is missing. That's curious. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at the source data. The source data is defined in the kitchen YAML file, which defines our test suites. And in here we have our scrape configs. And the first one, and that's the one that's broken, is the Prometheus job with a target list. And it also has a scrape interval and uses target list for its target discovery mechanism. So there should be a scrape interval in our configuration as well, and of course a name. And then there's the node exporter and the ping job. These are the three scrape configurations that we pass in under this scrape underscore configs attribute name. And I'd like to find a better name for configuration too. Let me see. I mean, it's a scrape configuration, right? Well, we could at least call it scrape configuration and not just configuration, I guess. Scrape config, basically. set of targets and parameters, and the script configuration has a job name. Okay. So I think we are well advised to try and adhere to the Prometheus terminology as closely as we can. So instead of job configuration, I call this a scrape configuration. And the scrape configuration does not in itself have a configuration. That sounds silly. What it does has targets and parameters describing how to scrape them. I think parameters is definitely the better word here, which includes the scrape interval, for example, that we are actually passing in, and more stuff that we are not using. Okay, so yeah, parameters is definitely a good name here. So we'll call that params. Parameters, and of course we need then to change config into params. So everywhere we have config, we need to replace this with params. What's interesting is that we initialize the job config hash with this key value pair job name and name. So for every scrape configuration that we build, there should be a job name. Why isn't there? Or why doesn't it get written out to our configuration file at least? So that's an interesting question here. Let me see. We need to actually, if I call this scrape configuration, we need to rename this file as well. Otherwise, it's going to be very confusing. And of course, we'll have to change it in here as well. So job config is going to become scrape config, and that's going to be scrape configuration new. We have a job, we have parameters, and we have a node, and then we'll make this scrape config 2h. Let's convert this again. This should now run pretty quickly because everything is already in place. The only thing that might get done is to rewrite the configuration file with something more correct. But actually, I'm not going to hold my breath here. We only changed a few variable names and stuff, so I don't expect this configuration to become any better. And as you can see, stabilize is still struggling here. Because there is still no job name for the first scrape configuration. Everything else seems to be in order. How the hell doesn't this first job name not end up in our configuration file? That is interesting. It must be something very silly. We have a job name, and we use name as the method, which is the attribute reader for name. We merge in all the parameters except those that start with an underscore. Then we build up our job configuration here for the static configs. In this case, we simply use the target list, and the target list actually gets included in here. Oh, of course. And that's why we indent code, isn't it? Static configs, targets, that's where we went wrong. Either we do job config static configs here, or we do job config static configs here, but we will always return a job config. So yeah, the problem was the configurations where we used static search, they worked, and when we used static list, which is only a first job, that didn't work. So yeah, that should work now. Stabilize is still struggling, and I'm curious why that is. No, it didn't struggle. Prometheus just did took a little bit to spin up. So now we have a proper configuration, job name Prometheus, we have our scrape interval, and we have our statically defined targets. So this is all looking good as it was before, which should be proven by our test suite. If I run test kitchen verify, it'll apply our test suite to our code. Shouldn't the when clause of the case statement be indented further? I think that's actually a stylistic choice. I don't think Rubocop will complain, but we can try. No, I lifted this wholesale from the original code, so I don't expect it to break. We can still do this. It's rake cook style. There are a few things. Most importantly, and I was anticipating this, the ABC size of this method is too high. It does too many things at the same time. We need to split up this single method into sub-methods. There's a trailing comma in arguments, empty method, redundant initialize, that we don't even use. Really? A def with parentheses. Yes. I was. What's this? Is this C code or what? Empty lines around class body. Okay, these are all minor things, all of which can apparently be, no, almost all of them can be auto-corrected by Rubocop itself. So the case statement here isn't a stylistic issue, at least with our Rubocop configuration. But you have a point that this is harder to read. I think it could be better by indenting this. So we can actually see that there is this case statement. The only problem is that we don't have a counterpart to the when statement, whereas in other languages there is some kind of a delimiter that ends the when statement. I'm curious if Robocop is okay with this as well. No, it isn't. Case indentation. Indent when as deep as case. I'm pretty sure this is a configuration setting in Robocop. Let's see. Layout case indentation. Now I'm curious because I agree DNP style is definitely important. Maintainability is based to a huge part on readability. So let's see, Robocop layout / case indentation. So there is no common and central coding style for Ruby as there is, as far as I know, for Go, where there is only a single canonical coding style. Is it Go or is it Rust? I think there's only a GoFunt for Go, and that's the canonical style. Yeah, you're perfectly right. So let's see. Indent. No, that's wait. I need to find the case indentation. So what they say is we want case and end to be aligned, and therefore when should be aligned as well. So enforced style case is the default. If end alignment is set to other style, start of line, then when alignment configuration does have an effect. This is bad. That's the style that I have been using here. And the when indentation is good. That's the enforced style case. And that's the default. Wait, what? So it looks like we did actually deviate from the default enforced style, which is interesting. I wonder if I made the actual decision of setting it up this way, or if I copied someone else's style definitions, and that's how it came in. Let's see. There is no case indentation for our cookbooks, but we have a central gem that defines our company-wide styles. And so let's take a look at them. That's was it Robocop Freisty, right? No? Well, that's what style definitions are for. I don't mind breaking a few style changes. We can adopt that, and I communicate that to the team because I 100% agree with you there. Let's see. Projects or first do we have? It's first in Robocop. Okay. Bada bing, bada boom. And how do freaking hell default YAML case? Wait, what? So there is no? No, there isn't. So we should be using the default. But the default is different. Give me a sec. Version changed 1.16. Does this mean in versions 1.16 this changed? Exactly, yeah. I just thought the same thing. That often is the case. After updating Rubocop, you get a lot of style errors, or at least warnings and stuff like that, because, for example, new style checks have been added that you didn't even check for before. So that might actually be the case, but that's going to be easy to check because I can simply check which version of Rubocop we are using, and that is Rubocop 151. And 151 is much newer than 1.16, so again, let's see. Layout and alignment is set to keyword style. Case and end should always be aligned to the same depth. Okay. I agree up to this point, and therefore when should always be aligned to both. And that's the enforced style case, but there. Yes. Of course, that's completely broken indentation here. There needs to be an indentation between the case and the end, which means that when ends up at the same indentation level as the case. No, it doesn't. It's indented. And here it's okay. I think what's confusing me here is that there is an assignment. Then there's enforced style end. That does not make sense to me. Why would I have end in here? We could have case or we could have end. And there's indent one step. I think indent one step could be... Let's see. There's a little bit of explanation here. Indent when to case. Indent when as deep as case. So this is bad, according to this, and this is good. I mean, this isn't too bad, I think, but I still tend to agree with DNP here. This is the style established in both the Ruby programming language and programming Ruby. Historically, it's derived from the fact that case and switch statements are not blocks. Oh, that's an interesting statement. Hence, should not be indented. And the when and else keywords are labels. Okay. Indent conditional assignment. When assigning, preserve the usual alignment of its branches. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. But still, yeah, I agree, case and end should be at the same level here, in this case, if you use an indentation, if you do an assignment. But still, when and the else is on the same level as case and end. Just like we do with an if statement here, yeah. This is the syntax that I've been using a lot. If you assign the result of a conditional to a variable, then the whole conditional gets indented. And its internal blocks get indented as well. here we have the case statement, where case and end are on the same level, and when is also on the same level. And they are labels. Okay. Okay, for the time being, I'll actually adhere to the common wisdom. Okay, so let's get back to the logic here. Our test was successful, wasn't it? Let's run this again. Yep. So our first refactoring step here is successful. And that's why I commit this. But we are still not done. No, that was definitely worth it. I think these discussions really help strengthening what we think about these things, and sometimes question them. So this detour was worth the time. Otherwise, I would have had an answer ready, and this wouldn't have been that kind of a detour in the first place. But since I didn't have a proper answer ready, and I saw that you definitely had a point, it was worth checking this out. So, since we are already inspecting this case statement, I realize that in both cases we do actually define job config, static configs, either by appending this hash to the job config, or this hash. So we could actually make this an assignment by writing job config static configs equals case, but that would mean that we had to indent this case statement a lot. Do I like this? Not sure. It's supposed to be an array. Ran this at a meetup the other day. Let's see. Let's put this on screen. Oh. Hello, Firefox. Oh, these are two different Firefox profile, so I can't add the tab to the window, but you look at that, it's maths in 2012. Nice. That's more than 10 years ago. And good on you to notice it. Sam Altman from 2008. That's a long time ago. I definitely had far less gray in my beard at that time. As the founder of Looped. I don't even know what Looped was. Okay, so decisions. Here we initialize it as an array, and then we add a single array element, which is the result of our case statement. I don't think this is pretty, is it? No. And you know why this isn't pretty? Because, and that gets us back to the stylistic error we got earlier, which is the ABC size of this method, the assignment, branch, and condition complexity. That's exactly what we need to fix here. Just indenting things or extracting an assignment isn't really the problem here. The problem is that we have all this logic in this single method, and that gets us to creating new private methods here. So what we're going to do is we'll extract this whole thing here into its own method, and we call it target list. And or we could even call it static configs, can't we? Static configs, because that's exactly what we're going to return. And so what we can do is static configs equals static configs. And here, instead of returning this and adding it to an array as the only element, we'll simply return an array with a single element. Like this. We either return this array with a single hash as an element, or return this as a single element array with only this one hash in there. And that way we can assign that directly to job config static configs, and that'll make things much easier to read. Let's put it to the test. Let's run another converge run. This shouldn't change anything. It should still result in the very same configuration, and what did happen? We updated 3 resources. I'd be curious what 3 resources this was.
We are at DEFCON 1.
Adrian, thank you so much. Randall, welcome to the stack. Thanks for following. Hey folks, welcome to Full Stack Live. I'm Jochen, the Monospace mentor, and at the moment I'm doing infrastructure coding. My business is a managed hosting platform for Drupal and WordPress, and I'm doing infrastructure coding to maintain hundreds of Linux servers. Hello Raiders! Welcome, I hope you're doing well. Adrian, what did you do today? How's TypeScript doing? Are you still enjoying exploring types? Duke 1102, Jochen sounds German. Yes, I am Deutsch, but I've been living in Ireland for 10 years now, so that's probably what's throwing you off the scent here. Adrian was trying to figure out a way to make templates for the bot command. TypeScript is interesting once it's compiled. I feel a bit lost. TypeScript is amazing. I still haven't explored the whole JavaScript ecosystem at all. I can only do JavaScript by copy and pasting from Stack Overflow, basically. And I have done very little JavaScript development, even though I also built the hosting dashboard that our customers use. I built it in Ruby on Rails. And there is a little bit of JavaScript in there, but really not much to write home about. 18 Lower Bagot Street, that's really near where our office address is. We are on upper, the office address is on Upper Bagot Street, actually, in Dublin. And learning to do JavaScript properly has always been one of my unfulfilled goals. And I think when I get deeper into this, I think I would like to explore TypeScript, actually, because of its typed nature. That would be a nice contrast to what I'm doing in Ruby, where there aren't any types, which is of course also convenient, but has its downsides. And TypeScript is something that I would like to explore eventually, when I have the time. And you know what I mean with that. Grand Canal, yeah, of course. Grand Canal is great to cycle, actually. Let's catch up with chat. So many people writing. Duke asked, what made me decide to move to Ireland? It was simply for tax reasons. No, I'm just kidding. Thanks for following, Duke. I really appreciate it. The reason why I moved to Ireland is because my wife and I fell in love with Ireland over multiple stays here. We visited Ireland as tourists and spent some time here and had great experiences, and that made us really like it. Then my wife, while still studying, did an Erasmus year in Dublin, where she spent a whole year here, and I kept visiting her oftentimes. And so I really liked both the rural areas as well as Dublin. So that's when that seed of thinking about moving from Germany to Ireland started to grow. And in 2012, after our daughter was born and had grown up a little, and our son was not yet on the radar, I think, we said, okay, are we going to do this or not? So let's spend another summer holiday in Ireland and see how it feels and how we feel about it. Has this been just a romantic notion or something like that? And or are we going to go through with it? And so in 2012 we flew to Ireland again. And I have to say, I stepped out of the airport and onto a bus, and I somehow felt at home. And so we have had another great time. We spent 2 weeks in Dublin and enjoyed it. And so we said, okay, let's do this. Let's prepare. And actually, the next year we sold most of our stuff, ended the lease of our rental apartment, and packed our stuff and moved over to Ireland. And we were really, really lucky, found a house that we could rent on day one. And in this house we've been living now for 10 years. And yeah, and I have to say, I don't regret it, and I'm very happy over here. It's a great little place. DNP wrote, JavaScript is an insane rabbit hole to me. You learn one thing, and once you get a grasp of it, it's like there's 15 new shiny things to explore. Yeah, that's definitely the case with JavaScript web frameworks, I guess. Other than Ruby, where there's the huge 800-pound gorilla in the form of Rails, the JavaScript ecosystem is evolving, would be the polite way to put it, much faster. And of course that has its upsides as well. Neochroma would recommend Golang. That's what I'm eyeing as well, to be honest, because Golang would be a nice complement to Ruby, even more than TypeScript, because it's a compiled language, and it's more system level, which suits me as an old school sysadmin turned SRE. So Golang has the biggest likelihood that I'm going to tackle it as my next programming language. Duke says JavaScript is terrible, honestly. TypeScript makes it a bit less terrible, more enjoyable to some degree. Work with it daily though, you have to, I guess. So yeah, that's why I said if I would do some serious JavaScript development, I would probably try and learn TypeScript from the start. And see where it takes me. Neochroma switched from TypeScript to Golang. Yeah. GoPro Slow writes, I also want to explore more front-end code like TypeScript, find myself doing more back-end infrastructure. But same here. Most of my time is taken up with doing infrastructure code, as I'm doing today. And so I'm not doing much front-end based work, especially because our company doesn't do front ends. Apart from our hosting dashboard, we don't have any customer facing stuff, and our websites are simple websites generated by static site generators, so there's not too much JavaScript in there as well. Catching up. Neochroma wrote, Golang is just not to beat when you write web services. Interesting. I haven't looked into Go as a language for building web services, but yeah, I guess there are many microservice implementations built in Go already. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Duke wrote, seems totally logical, honestly. Never been to Ireland, but certainly a place I'd like to. Yeah, it's definitely worth a visit. It's such a diverse country as well in terms of landscape and things. I live near Dublin at the east coast, so closer to the continent, and that's completely different than the wild west of Ireland, which is exposed to the Atlantic. So I would recommend, if you come over to visit Ireland, do a tour. Visit the East Coast as well as the West Coast and everything in between. GoPro Slow wrote, I write a bunch of Golang, it's nice. Related to Kubernetes, yeah, of course. If you want to write, say, Kubernetes operators or things like that, then Go is your go-to language. Duke says, I guess I could see myself living in an English-speaking country myself, but probably would need a decent financial backup to do so, and there's some health considerations as well. In terms of availability of medication and finding a doctor for adult ADHD, without having to spend a fortune on medical bills. I think you'd be okay. I wholeheartedly agree in terms of financial backup. Have some money that you can use. That's definitely the case. Health stuff is a mixed bag, I think. You can get private health insurance for a decent amount of money. You don't have to spend a lot on that, so that's good. I'm not sure though how good the mental health support is over here. I think I have the feeling that Ireland could still use some serious development in that regard. So mental health support, ADHD support, things like that might not be too great, but that'll probably also depend on the GP that you find. If you can find someone who's versed in these things, then yeah, should be. GoPro Slow writes, you know, there's a text-to-speech you can add to chat, so you don't need to read them aloud. You're right, but first of all, I don't want to emulate Theo's stream, and second, that can be quite disruptive as well. And by reading things again, even though they are on screen, of course, that also helps me to understand things better. All right, so Converge did work. Does it still verify? Yes, it does. For all you raiders who came in earlier, what I'm doing here is writing infrastructure as code. In my case, that means I'm writing Chef code. Chef is an infrastructure as code tool in which you build software that then gets executed on your hosts. Mostly in our case, it's hundreds of Linux hosts. And this code then sets up stuff. It generates configuration files, it installs packages, it restarts services after configuration has been changed, things like that. All the stuff that you need to do manually if you have only a single host, but need to automate if you have hundreds of hosts. That's what Chef does. And Chef is not only based in Ruby, but you also write your what's called recipes in Ruby. And an example of all that is the Prometheus recipe here, where I do a little bit of data munging up here, and wait a second, how is this so complicated here? I think I need to refactor all this stuff. I didn't notice earlier that there's so much business logic in here, because that's what I'm doing today. But let me first finish my explanation here. Usually you have just these, what Chef calls resources. In this case, it's a file resource that simply writes a file with the content that I'm passing in here, and it uses this owner, this group, and this mode for the file. And if the file gets changed, we also notify a systemd unit, in this case for Prometheus, because this is what this cookbook is all about. It sets up Prometheus monitoring, and the Prometheus recipe inside this cookbook in particular sets up a Prometheus server, not any kind of client or a metrics exporter endpoint. And so you have resources like file here, another file, the Prometheus YAML file gets written here, we get a directory created here, and a systemd unit set up here. So that's how Chef usually works. You create a series of resources, and Chef takes them and makes sure the system gets updated according to these resources. But as you saw, and as threw me off quite a bit, I have a lot of business logic in here too. I was very happy at the start when I started using Chef, which was 13 years ago, that Chef is actual Ruby code, and so I could use everything that the Ruby language provides me with in my recipes. That allows me to do pretty complex stuff and convert all kinds of data into infrastructure setup, which is great. But at a specific point, you have so much business logic in your recipes that it reminded me of the PHP pages of old, where you had your static HTML files, and then you started sprinkling PHP code all over the place. So in the end, you had some kind of an unholy mix of PHP statements and HTML blocks and stuff like that, and no one would ever be able to maintain this. So of course the PHP world changed to using templates and frameworks like Laravel, and I realized that my code here basically was the equivalent with lots of Ruby business logic, only with a few Chef resources sprinkled in, and that makes things really, really hard to maintain, and before that even really hard to understand. And that's why in this stream I started refactoring this by extracting business logic into plain old Ruby files, where I define a Ruby class and extract all this data munging and put that into this class, which does explain what it does, because suddenly we are not writing stuff into an anonymous hash, but we suddenly have a scrape configuration class that, in part at least, already explains what we're doing here and what we are dealing with. And so this whole block that is here extracted into static configs before was here in the Prometheus recipe, and the part that I've extracted boiled down to these few lines here, where I take what's called a node attribute, I iterate over the key value pairs in it, and I create new scrape configuration objects, of which I call the toH method, and write that into promconfig. So this is already oh, I'm sorry. This explanation doesn't work if I don't show what I mean. So what I was referring to was this block is now pretty concise. It could be better, so there's still room for improvement, but before we had this. And now this is extracted into its own class. We get a little bit of context from the class name, which is scrape configuration. Okay, so this is a single scrape configuration object. It gets initialized with a name with parameters and a node object, which Chef uses to track the data of a specific host. And then we do all kinds of stuff here. This could also use a little bit more refactoring to explain what we are actually doing here. And to be honest, it could also use some yard documentation, which I'd also like to make more of a habit. As you know, Ruby isn't a typed language, so adding metadata in form of comments is definitely also a common thing in Ruby. And I think we'll actually do some yard here. Yard is a tool that can extract documentation from comments. There are equivalents in many different languages, and yard is simply what we are using in the Ruby world for that. So what we are going to do here is yard param name, which is a string, and the name of the scrape job. We have a param parameters, which is going to be a hash. That is the hash, or how do we call this? Prometheus YAML in hash form. So if you want specific YAML in here, then we can simply pass it in as a hash as these parameters. And node is a chef node object. The current node. On which this cookbook is executed. Let's catch up with chat quickly. Duke wrote, I'm in IT myself, pretty much doing the entire IT spectrum, sysadmin, support, programming more, with only 2 people in our department. Yeah, we are pretty much in the same situation. My company only has a handful of people, and we are basically running the whole infrastructure with 300 to 400 Linux servers, with me and my business partner doing on-call and everything. That's mostly thanks to this automation, to be honest. Only after putting in the effort of automating everything that has to do with the daily operation of our hosting platform, we were able to run this show for 13 years with only a very tiny team. So automation is key in our business. Duke went on, currently in the process of looking for a new job, as I feel like I'm at dead end with the current company in terms of growth and perspectives, and wanted to focus more on the programming side of things. Yeah, that's perfectly valid to want to specialize and get deeper on specific things. Duke wrote, yeah, we are mainly working with big ISPs and provide technicians for various services like installing, troubleshooting, internet stuff at customers and more. So it's kind of, yeah, IT services, maybe even managed services stuff. Got an in-house ERP system, which we continuously work on, primarily for our own use. Did you develop this ERP system yourself? ERP, that reminds me of being responsible for the SAP system at WebDE, where I was an IT manager. I did not like being responsible for that system. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of nice knowing a wide array of stuff, always feel like you can't really become an actual expert in stuff if you do that. At least it's not really a possibility with just 2 people in the department and not having sufficient time or employer-supported education programs. Yeah, I can feel you. That does make sense. What I always recommend is what many people call T-shaped, which means have a broad spectrum of stuff that you can cover as a generalist, say from system level stuff up to some certain degree of front-end stuff and things in between, and then have one or just a few things where you go deeper on where you specialize and have specific specialist knowledge. That's a great combination, I think. It makes you, at least in my opinion, sorry for that, more employable, and because you can apply at different companies to which you already have a kind of a shallow experience. And even if your specialty doesn't actually match what your new company needs, you can make a case that you are able to specialize, and so you will be able to specialize on a topic that is more relevant to your new company. To be honest, also being a generalist with only a few special topics, that also makes you more resilient against being replaced by AI. DNP answered, exactly, started a new job in April, last employee left a few weeks later, inherited infrastructure for a mid 3-digit number of employees. My colleagues help me when they can, but I basically have to do everything by myself infrastructure-wise. Domain, GPO, client management, software packaging, Linux admin. Ooh, that's a whole host of stuff. Lots of legacy Perl code. I still have a soft spot in my heart for Perl. I did actually write a book on Perl programming that I used for teaching people. I think it's behind me here. Where do I put it? Here. DNP went on, it's insanely draining. It's like putting duct tape around everything and hoping it works. Yeah, that sounds like constant firefighting, and that'll burn you out quickly. So yeah, fingers crossed for getting a bigger team and being able to spread things on more shoulders.
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Kirky, thank you for following. That's really nice of you. Thank you. Automating as much stuff as you can is always a very good thing. Yep, can confirm. Monia, welcome to the stack as well. Small team, everything automated. Yeah, makes sense.
It's a Unix system.
Thank you for following. Duke mentioned that it's hard finding new people for IT these days. Yeah, there's a lot of competition, but on the other hand, there are also a lot of people getting laid off at the moment. So maybe that'll make it a little bit easier to find someone. DNP, I think I should have the PDF still around, so if you want, give me a shout either on our Discord server, let's get that on screen here, or write me an email, or contact me on Mastodon, and I'll see that I can send you the book, and you can take a look if it helps you or not. Fair warning, it hasn't been updated in years. Okay, folks. Whew. These refactorings are a lot more complicated than I thought. Doing this properly requires quite a little bit of thought. But I think that's the fun as well. So, we had added these yard comments. Let me refresh my brain on yard documentation. I only started using yard again last week or so after a long hiatus, so I'm not really familiar with it anymore. Let's see, features, guides, source. Let's take a look at the guides, I guess. Getting started should be sufficient for me. So we have an explanation what the method does. Okay. Okay, we could also add an explanation what this class does. And then we have param with the name, the pseudo type in brackets, and then simply an explanation and return for functions that return actual data. That makes sense. Okay, so we're pretty much there. I'll just add a comment what this does. The configuration of a single scrape job. And scrape in this context means Prometheus basically is just a huge metrics collection machine, and then you can define queries on these metrics and alert based on these queries. So for example, you collect the metrics of, say, CPU load on all of your machines, then you can do a query, give me all the machines whose CPU load is greater than a specific limit, and then you can define, okay, if this happens for, say, longer than 3 minutes, then I'd like to be alerted. And that's how Prometheus monitoring works in short. And so Prometheus itself scrapes a list of target nodes for specific metrics. It simply contacts an exporter service or multiple exporter services on the target node and gets metrics from them, and then it needs to decide what to do with these metrics. Duke wrote, when I started the current company, ERP system always was around, but it then started overhauling the front-end part as a progressive web app using Vue, and the backend also got a bit of refactoring and optimizations. Honestly, it's still a whole lot of legacy code. If I could, I would just rewritten the backend for the overhauled front-end entirely, using a mod and a framework like Symfony. Makes sense, but on the other hand, these rewrites are fraught with peril. I don't think, apart from the most trivial cases, that a rewrite is the proper thing to do. I think the approach you took by starting to replace parts with more modern code and using frameworks instead of reinventing the wheel all over the place is the perfect approach, to be honest, because it'll still allow you to set aside time to develop the current application. Because I think it's totally unrealistic to expect a development team or even a single person to dedicate their time to doing a rewrite and still maintaining the old, still running system that almost never works out nicely. And so I think doing it piecemeal and modernizing parts of your code step by step will yield much better results on a daily basis than any attempt at rewriting stuff, after which you probably will end up with not only one but two outdated systems. Oh, Duke is getting into other stuff like microcontrollers, embedded systems. Nice. But they put that on top of that? On top of your workload? That looks totally unrelated to what you do otherwise. That's bonkers. That's insane. Dear me. Yeah, I can see why you're looking for other pastures. Oh dear. I mean, it's an interesting area. If I had the time, I would get into that as well. I would actually try and start programming microcontrollers, IoT stuff like that, and use Ada for that. Because Ada is a programming language that was invented and chosen for business critical stuff like airplanes and spacecraft and things like that. So using Ada to actually write software for something that you want to plug in and never touch again is definitely a worthwhile choice. That would give me a use case to get back into Ada programming, of which I only had a few weeks of practice when I studied computer science. But back in that time, I didn't really appreciate what Ada, what the strengths of Ada actually are. Yeah, I think you can count yourself lucky, DNP, that you don't have pressure where you work. I don't have that either, fortunately, because I'm the boss. But yeah, that's always. You don't appreciate that until your situation changes and you realize how good you had it when there wasn't someone breathing down your neck and putting impossible challenges in front of you. Okie dokie. So I think we can refactor that a little bit more here, and not just add comments, but yeah, we should actually add comments as well. So return scrape job configuration that can be converted into YAML. We don't have any params, but we have a return value, which is a hash. The scrape job configuration parameters could even say with its configuration parameters. Okay, let's make this pretty. This is return a static target list. This returns an array, the static target list. Or maybe say the jobs static target list, just for a job. The embedded project is currently on ice, as who would have guessed, we ran into issues with the hardware circuit side. That's completely bonkers. Yeah, half-ass, I think is putting it politely. I can imagine what kind of chaos that creates. Drive to the office for now, for a bit of chill out, low effort chores. Getting our extremely messy office somewhat in order. Yeah, you go and do that. Have fun. Have a chill day, Duke. Thanks for stopping by. This was a lot of fun. Thanks for chatting. And you also did 30+ display repairs for phones at the company. And you don't have anyone who... You don't have a company that can do that for you. You have to do that in-house. This is insane. Yeah, I manage all the infrastructure, and we also maintain the ERP system, and I do display repairs for iPhones. And yeah, we do program embedded devices as well. That's... What? How do you even? That's... Oh man. I hope you have good mental health support. But yeah, enjoy your drive to the office, be safe, and talk soon. Alrighty, so I guess we could at least shorten this when part here by extracting that to its own method as well. So what we need to do is oops, we'll return a list of target nodes based on a chef search query. Oops, wait. Yeah, I agree with DNP. That's... you're really putting a strain on yourself. And one of the problems is, even if you go into hero mode and try and cover everything from ERP systems over embedded systems to iPhone cases, iPhone screens, I am pretty sure that job satisfaction isn't great, because you never get to do anything substantial. You are spread too thin, and so in the end you did a lot of busy work, and yeah, you get paid for the hours you put in, but often you don't feel like you created any value, and that will suck the life out of you. And that's something to really be cautious with, because that will burn you out heavily. Return a list of target nodes, so I guess we'll call it target search. So there's one thought I have with this whole stuff here. I can of course easily extract this, because everything we need to know is already stored in instance attributes of this class. So I can actually I guess we'll extract this part here. Why didn't this work? Wait. Didn't this work once? Ah, yes. Here we go. So we don't even need targets. We can simply return this. And we'll do this. So this makes this much more readable. And here I think we've reached a point where I'm happy with how this method looks. So this static configs method takes a look at target discovery. And if target discovery is a static list, then we'll simply return this static list assigned as the value to our target's key. And if there is a static search, if target discovery works as a search, then we'll execute this search and return that as our targets. And that's it. So this method does a single thing, and it's pretty clear what it actually does. And the same goes for the target search. That's quite okay. What does this return? I think it returns an array, otherwise we wouldn't be able to sort things. Yeah, that's the lists of targets matching the search. There's a single thing that I don't like about how this method looks and works, and that is, I realized that when I wrote this description. It says return a list of target nodes based on a chef search query. And the question is, where is this query? Well, it's hidden in the target query parameter here. And I wonder if this query shouldn't be a parameter to this method as well. That would make this method much more portable and independent of the whole class. It would probably even make it independent of the naming of our instance attributes here. Let's take a look at what we need. We probably need everything, right? We need the target port parameter, we need the node object, and we need the target query parameter. But that's it. And that does make sense. It sounds much better to make it a real method parameter from an OOP standpoint. I think so too. I think making methods less dependent on their environment, for example instance variables, is better design. So, and we tell our reader, which probably is future us in 6 months, what this method operates on. So we'll say, okay, so this target search needs to return a list of target nodes, maybe with a port number appended. So what we need is basically, we need the query, we need the port number if it exists, and we could even make this nil by default. So we don't even have to add that. We'll always add it. So yeah, okay, let's make it mandatory. And then we need the node object. But to be honest, the node object is something where I would be okay with grabbing that from the environment. But having a query and a port number as the parameters that really define this target search looks much better to me. Yes, exactly, DNP. This is basically about dependency injection. We have dependencies on the target port information, on the target query information, and on the node object. And instead of relying on our environment, our scope to provide us with these details, we explicitly pass them in. So I'm pretty sure about query and port. I'm a little bit torn in terms of node, because node is only something that we need as a utility. And wait. We don't even need that. Interesting, I misread that. Node is a parameter for this proc. And a proc is an anonymous function. So this is an anonymous function to which we pass in a node object, and that returns, in this case, the FQDN of this node and the port number that we passed in. Or if we didn't pass in a port number in the first place, then it'll just return the host name of this node. So this is actually not about the global node object that we have in every chef recipe that contains a myriad of attributes of the host we are running on at the moment, the host that we are setting up with chef at the moment. In this case, node is one of the nodes that get returned from our search, to which then we apply this address map proc, this anonymous function. And so node is just a parameter, an argument to this proc. So that does more or less make node completely obsolete. I don't actually think we use node in any other place here. So that was a complete misunderstanding. So we can get rid of that at all, which makes things much easier. Okay, brilliant. So now we need to add arguments to our target search method. We'll say query is what's stored in params. Target query. And port is our value of params target port. Okay, that way this target search method is completely independent of its scope. Yep, brilliant, I like it. So now we have params, we have a parameter query, a Solar query. Query is a string, a Solar search query for our target nodes, and we have the port information, which is actually, I think, a number. It might also be a string. Doesn't really matter, to be honest, but I prefer it to be a number. An optional port number to scrape. How do we actually make things optional in Yard? DMP asks, can Ruby do polymorphism, method overloading? You could write two methods with different signatures, one which grabs it from the environment and the other one with explicit parameters. I don't need both. It's more of a design choice. If I say, okay, all my class methods can avail themselves of the class or the instance attributes, that would have been valid as well. But I think making methods more autonomous is the better approach here. Because it really narrows down what is happening here. So we're executing a search with a query and a port number. We don't need this anymore. And here we can say, okay, if there is a port in the first place, then we need this proc, and otherwise we need this proc as our address map. Then we execute the search, which is the central thing, because this method is named target search. And then we'll process this search by applying this address map and sorting the results. So we always get the same list of hosts, provided the actual list of nodes doesn't change. We shouldn't depend on the order this search returns our nodes. Maybe the order is randomized every time we call this search. And I don't want to rewrite our configuration file every time and reload Prometheus every time, simply because we got an identical list of nodes with just a different order. So that's why we always sort this list, just to make sure that order isn't an issue here. So I don't think we would need this polymorphous approach, and it's actually also not possible in Ruby, at least not in Ruby 2. I'm not sure if there was an addition in Ruby 3 that allows multiple method signatures at the same time. It might actually be the case that in more recent Ruby versions that has been added. But it's not available to me here, since Chef comes with its own Ruby version, and in this case we are still using Ruby 2. Okay, almost. Oh, I'm out of tea, which means I should definitely take a break, also to relieve my butt a little bit. Let's see, we have extracted this. Here we call target search with our query and a port number. I also like the symmetry that we have achieved here now. Two times we assign a value to this hash key targets, and in one case it's simply the target list that was already in our target list parameter here. And on the other occasion, we execute a target search that then returns our target list. And this all depends on the value of target discovery, so I really like the story that this static configs method tells. And target search is fine as well. This now looks pretty nice. I think it's time to put them to the test. So let's see, let's run another converge run. And let's see if our Ruby is valid in the first place. It is not. That's why it's breaking right away. So what do we have here? We have an initialize where node is an unknown keyword. Yeah, we are passing in a node, even though we don't have to. So let's remove that. That's happening in our recipe. Where does this get called? Where do we initialize this? Here. We can actually get rid of this part. We just need the job and its parameters, which makes this even nicer. We iterate over the scrape configs, key value pair by key value pair. Each time we create a new scrape configuration, make it return a hash that we then write into our prom config, and that's that. Okay, so this has been refactored nicely, if it works. Let's see. Okay, the recipe is executing and is finished. Let's verify. Looks like we didn't break anything. Let's take a look at our Prometheus YAML. Yep, this still looks like before. So that's the purpose of a refactoring. We only change the code and make it more maintainable, but we don't change functionality. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. with this part here. So that took us quite some time, and we'll continue that. Nonetheless, after a short break, I need to make myself at least something to drink. I think another coffee is in order, and also I think I'll throw a pizza in the oven, and we can continue work while that's baking. Yeah, let's do that. I'll start a short break. I'll also run ads during that time just to get rid of the pre-roll ads. And I'll see you when I have returned with my coffee and have the pizza baking. I'll see you in, say, about 5 to 8 minutes. And I'm back with a fresh cup of freshly brewed coffee made from freshly ground beans. I didn't put a pizza in the oven because I realized I still had bread and a little bit of hummus left over, so I ate that. I'll have the pizza later after this stream, and the coffee is more important, I guess. And I have to prepare everything myself because my wife left and took the kids. They are doing holidays in Peru over Christmas, and yeah, we have friends over in Peru which we haven't seen in 15 years in person, and so my wife decided that it's time to pay them another visit, and this time take the kids with them. 15 years ago, only my daughter accompanied us, and she was only 6 months old at that time. My son didn't even exist back then. And I said, yeah, that's definitely great, and that's going to be a great experience for the kids as well, but I simply don't have the time to spend 3 or 4 weeks in Peru, and probably have to have another week of vacations to simply recover from the whole expedition, which I would call this, rather than simply a holiday, because it's about seeing the country and experiencing everything there. So I decided reluctantly to stay at home, man the fort, spend Christmas home alone. I still need to purchase a blowtorch and make sure that Marvin doesn't get in. And yeah, they are having a great time, I hear. So yeah, I have to do everything myself, which includes making my own coffee. So here we go. Let's continue our refactoring journey here. I wanted to make a few more changes here. Let's see. Actually, I wanted to add a comment here, which is quite rare that I do add explanatory comments, because I think the codes should speak for itself. But in this case, it's about these parameters that start with an underscore, and I think there's no location in this code or in its documentation where it's actually explained what underscore parameters do, and even though this should actually be part of some kind of explanatory prose in a README or something, since that doesn't exist yet, I'll at least add a comment here and say parameters starting with an underscore are internals, not to be included in the final YAML. And since this applies only to this following line here, we'll separate this a little. Now I'm quite happy with how things look like. We also should document this constructor here. I don't think I'm going to add an explanation for that, so we'll go right ahead and define the parameters. Name is going to be a string, the job name, and parameters is going to be a hash. The job parameters, that's more or less it. And let's always include an empty comment line to make things easier to scan. Okay, I'm happy with how this code looks, but that's the new code. I'm not yet happy with how this old code looks like. So let's see, this prom config, for example, here, that's a hash, and with all kinds of stuff. That would deserve its class, its own class too, I think. Let's see. Then there is this rules thingy. In the end, we'll get a rules config. And the same goes with rule groups. And then we'll have a rules file path, which we are going to assign to prom config rule files. And we'll write out this rule files path. I think the logical order would be, okay, we have a rules file path. And then we'll write this rules file. And once this exists, we can add it to our Prometheus configuration. That's how I would put things. The result will be the same regardless of the order here, but I think that's more logical. Let me know if you disagree. I have this issue where my left hand starts shaking uncontrollably. Especially if I have something in my left hand that I can spill. And of course, this is quickly then turning into a self-fulfilling prophecy because of the stress I might spill, the hand starts shaking even more, and then of course it's going to spill. Okay, then here we're starting to deal with the alert manager portion of Prometheus. Okay, where we also add stuff to prom config. And then here finally comes the point where we actually write prometheus.yaml with the contents of the prom config hash that will turn into YAML. No worries, DNP. Feel free to lurk. Okay, so this whole prom config business here should be turned into something that's easier to read and understand. I think also this group rules thingy here should move down here.
Flush the bombers, get the subs in launch mode. We are at DEFCON 1. DEFCON 1.
Second raid in one stream, TBD Gamer, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome raiders, welcome to Full Stack Live. I'm Jochen, the Monospace Mentor, and I'm doing infrastructure as code here. I'm doing great. How was your stream, TBD Gamer? What did you do? So what I'm doing here is I'm doing Ruby programming, if I'm really precise, but in this case the Ruby code is used to set up Linux hosts. My company is running quite a few of these Linux hosts, a few hundreds of them, because we are running a managed hosting platform, and we have to maintain this hosting platform with 2 people, which means automation, and automation. And we use Chef to do this automation, which is a Ruby-based infrastructure as code tool. And at the moment, I'm refactoring my infrastructure code in order to separate the more straightforward things from the more involved code parts. At the moment, everything is jumbled together, in a way that I might have understood when I wrote it, but that ability deteriorates week by week. And so I am at the moment separating business logic by extracting it into its own classes, which is basic Ruby stuff. That's not even related to Chef. That's just Ruby software engineering, basically. And so that's an important thing. It doesn't add any functionality, but it hopefully makes our code easier to understand, which will other people than me, even though there are only a few on our team, have a much better time with my code here. TBD Gamer wrote, was good, swapping out using Couchbase for SQL Server. Interesting. Interesting insofar that Couchbase isn't a relational database, is it? And SQL Server definitely is. So feel free to tell us a little bit more about the use case of this database and why and how you swapped it out. Isar Sahan says programming language used by geniuses. That might actually be the case. But as you can see, it's not only used by geniuses. Okay, so which database do I use? So the database that we use is mainly MySQL, because our managed hosting platform is specialized in running high-performance websites based on WordPress and Drupal, and both of which usually use MySQL as their database backend. We also run Redis for document-based data and caching data and things like that. Yeah, as per the preferences of Drupal and WordPress, MySQL is the main database, and we run highly available MySQL clusters to make sure that our customer websites stay online even if there is an outage on the MySQL side. Oh, you're building a project management tool. Yeah, I guess most of that is going to be relational data, and so SQL Server should serve you well on that front. While Couchbase might give you more flexibility, it might be lacking in other regards, especially if you're not dealing with the document-based stuff. That pretty much sounds like a use case where it's good to separate the use cases, what goes into the relational database and what doesn't. And I think the majority of stuff will probably end up in SQL Server and be well placed there. But yeah, it's definitely a good approach to say, okay, we'll revisit that next year and see how Couchbase can serve us. So that does make sense. How do we manage tickets for our hosting system? We simply use Zendesk as our ticket system. That was one of the few options we had back in 2010 when I founded the company. And we've been using Zendesk since then. There wasn't any need to change, even though, of course, Zendesk, as every solution, has its downsides. But none of these downsides were severe enough for us to say we'll switch to a different hosting software. I think the most likely avenue of change in that area would be that we switch to an open source solution, such as Zamat, for example. But we would have to self-host that. And since we are already pretty busy with hosting our customer stuff, I actually want to avoid having to also host our own stuff, because that will always be a distraction for our small team. So in this scenario, for example, if we run our own ticket system and it goes down, it's basically all hands on deck. Let's repair the ticket system so we can actually deal with support requests and stuff like that. Everyone has to drop what they're doing at the moment just to get this essential communications backend back online. And that's a distraction. I mean, if Zendesk goes down, we are pretty much in the same situation that we can't get new tickets or something like that, but we can still continue doing our job, which is operating the hosting platform, while the team at Zendesk takes care of the outage. And that's definitely something where I think buy does make more sense for us than make, if you know what I mean. Alrighty. Zendesk is actually built on with Ruby on Rails. That's correct. Zendesk is one of the examples where Ruby on Rails is used in a very important for a very important application and a very important software as a service. I don't think Ruby on Rails was at the beginning of everything. At the beginning of everything, there was Perl. And not even that is true. As I said earlier on this stream, I really have still a soft spot for Perl in my heart. I did a lot of Perl programming for the web and otherwise. I actually did Perl trainings. I wrote my own training manual. I still have that on my desk from earlier, where I did actually write a training manual for Perl in German. And yeah, I still really like Perl, and I think that made switching to Ruby much easier, because there are a lot of similarities between Perl and Ruby, but also a lot of improvements that Ruby made over Perl. The beginning of everything was Boolean algebra. Yeah, I guess so. Not even silicon, because you can implement computer logic without silicon, with just, say, gears and sprockets and motors. There were lots of websites created with Perl in the late 90s, mine included. The time of the CGI bin directory. But there are also Perl-based web frameworks. Catalyst was a web framework, and it came out, I guess, at the same time as Rails, I think. About the same time. Yeah, DNP is of course right. Perl is for new project. No one uses Perl for new projects, I guess, except if they are really, really specialized for some reason. But for the web, there are better alternatives. Are you sure? Ruby on Rails, the first MVC framework? I have my doubts, even though, yeah, of course I'm a Ruby programmer, so I'm quite proud of what the community has built in the form of Ruby on Rails. I'm not really sure if it deserves the crown of being the first web framework implementing MVC. Shall we take a look? Let's see. Web model view controller. I'm not even sure if the whole MVC model was invented for the web. Software design pattern, developing user interfaces. Yes, in general, not really limited to the web. History. Yeah, look at that. So the MVC methodology or the MVC pattern has been around since the late 1970s. Yes, I did remember that there was something related to Smalltalk. But back then we didn't have the web, of course. The use of MVC patterns in web applications grew after the introduction of Next's web objects in 1996. Next was a trailblazer in many ways. Unfortunately, they didn't have the success that they deserved. Became popular with Java developers when web objects was ported to Java. The later frameworks such as Spring in 2002, but only in August 2004 Ruby on Rails started based on this paradigm. So there's lots of prior art on the MVC front. And Ruby on Rails wasn't the first to implement that. That's interesting, TBD Gamer. A business basic system on Unix? And that was basically the back end to a website that then pulled stuff from this system. Nice. Business Basic on Unix. Basic was the first language that I learned starting in 1984. Thoroughbred Basic? Is that the brand name? I need to look this up because the thing is, I learned programming in Basic. It was my first programming language when I got my VIC-20. And then I left that behind thinking, yeah, Basic, that's basically for entry-level people, for kids. And went on to learn many other languages. But only a few years ago, when I set up the PyDP11 behind me, so the thing that is blinking lighting behind me is a replica of the PDP-11 mini computer on which Unix was developed in 1970. Of course, there were other operating systems the PDP-11 came with. Cunningham and Thompson and Ritchie just developed Unix for it. And one of these operating systems is RSTS that came from Digital Equipment, who manufactured the PDP-11. And when I installed RTST? No. What's the... RSTS was the operating system. When I installed that on the PyDP11, which is basically a replica of the PDP-11, I installed RSTS on there, and there was a basic interpreter. And I realized this basic interpreter is really built for business applications. And It has modularity, and you can run multiple source code files and compile and link them together to a running application. You can swap out code because you were limited to basically 64 kilobytes of RAM, and all that stuff. And I realized BASIC can be much more than the home computer BASIC that I learned back in the day. And that's why your mention of BASIC, basically running the backend for a booking website, really spikes my interest. So let's take a look at Thoroughbred BASIC. I've never heard of that. Thoroughbred software. They are still around. Thoroughbredbasic.com. But the website doesn't seem to be around anymore. Oh dear, that looks like straight from the 90s. No, early 2000s maybe. Solution 4 can help satisfy demands. Integrated business. I don't think that's related though, is it? Let's take another look. Let's go right to Thoroughbred software. Oh, well, yeah, looks like we were right after all. Products, overview, datasheets, ERP software. Maybe they're not related to the BASIC, I'm not sure. Let's see, basic language. Oh, here we go. Business Basic software. Oh, fourth generation language access. That sounds like 90s technology or 2000. Yeah, more like 90s technology, isn't it? That was the era of fourth generation languages, rapid prototyping, distributed. What did Microsoft call it? Distributed DS. No, DS, not DSO. Something. I'm blanking at the moment. Yeah, but yeah, this really harkens back to these times, and the website doesn't seem to have changed much in the last, say, 20 years. Thoroughbred Basic environment includes a library of functions, provide access to the facilities of Dictionary 4, which I assume is a database? Yes, Dictionary relational database software, 4th generation, rapid application development, data access, Linux, Unix, Windows, VMS of all operating systems, which isn't even around anymore. Oh dear. And based on Dictionary 4, there's Report 4 and Query 4. Oh, that's so cute! That's so cute! There's a home button. I love it. Oh man, that's so retro, so unintentionally retro. That was back in the time when I actually had an MSDN subscription just to get new Windows versions easily and cheaply. And these rapid prototyping tools where you could click your application together with a little bit of scripting in between. I never got anywhere with that. I never developed software using these things, and I think I wasted a lot of money on these tools without ever putting them to use. Which is probably why my business back in the time failed. TBD Gamer developed an XML generator in Thoroughbred to publish data for a .NET mobile application. Amazing. SSI asked, have you used these programming languages? GW Basic, Q Basic, Pascal? I did. No, I didn't develop software in the 2 Basic. Dialects. I did run the demo application that came with DOS and its basic, which was it GW basic? Where the demo program where you had a monkey or a gorilla or a King Kong-like ape throwing bananas at buildings. I think that was GW basic. That came with DOS. But I did a lot of stuff in Pascal. I learned Pascal in high school and even went on to do my first freelance software development job in Pascal. I actually purchased the license for a database system that I would be able to use with Turbo Pascal back then, and I developed software using that. Delphi is still pretty popular, to be honest. I think it's still around as a Pascal-based software development tool, similar to this Thoroughbred thing. So I think Delphi is still quite the competitor to what Thoroughbred Basic seems to be, or the whole Thoroughbred system here seems to be. So yes, I did program Pascal for a few years. Used everything from Turbo Pascal 3 on CP/M up to Turbo Pascal 5.5 on DOS. I did actually learn object-oriented programming in Pascal. That what Turbo Pascal 5.5 was what introduced me to object-oriented programming. And yeah, I still have fond memories of that time. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think I knew that Anders went on to do C#. Oh, now you've piqued my interest in C#. It's really easy to see origins. Wow. Yeah, Turbo Pascal was such a breath of fresh air compared to BASIC, of course, with its modularity, compiler, super fast, great IDE, integrated debugger, all these things that you were missing from other languages. So yeah, it definitely changed the game for programming. And Pascal, of course, is also much more suitable to write robust software with its typing and everything. That's why I have kind of an itch to go back and learn Ada and do a little bit of Ada programming, because it's very similar to Pascal, and it goes beyond what's possible in Pascal. Ada even has concurrent programming where you can run parallel tasks right from the language, things like that. I really need to commit to that, because now over the holidays I would have the time to get into something new. Otherwise, my whole business and the Monospace Mentor business that I'm building up at the moment as a trainer and coach and mentor will eat up all my time, and there will be no space for, say, learning something or exploring something like Ada or C#. Wait, Anders Hansberg, did he do TypeScript or C# or both? Now we have to look that up too. Need to get our history right? Anders Hansberg. Danish software engineer, original author of Turbo Pascal, Microsoft lead architect of C# and core developer on TypeScript. Ah, ¿por qué no los dos? Nice. Well, that's someone who's really proficient. Wow. What a god. And here I am, refactoring my Ruby code. DNP, you know, C# has such a good reputation It's definitely going to be my first choice if I want to explore functional programming. Even though it's Microsoft, and that has long been taboo for us Linux and open source developers. But yeah, C# really seems to have an edge here, and it looks like Microsoft really delivered something substantial there. So if I'll spend the holiday time that I have left for learning something new, and I'll actually decide to do something in the functional programming area, which I haven't explored at all yet, I'll definitely choose C# over something like Haskell, for example, because yeah, just seems to be more. Not sure how to put it. I feel like I'll get more out of learning C# than learning Haskell. But that's just a gut feeling. I have no scientific foundation for that. Oh, GoPro Slow-Yo, that's a great move. Getting all that petrichor inside. It's not raining outside here, is it? But it's really damp and dreary. Not going to be snowy for Christmas here in Ireland. At least not on the East Coast, I guess. No idea how it looks on the West. Little compiler in Haskell at university didn't like it at all. That reminds me of a conversation I had yesterday on our Hangout on my Discord server. We do a weekly group call on Tuesday evenings, my time, and we call it the Hangout. So we hang out and chat about all kinds of stuff. Yesterday we talked about stuff we did at university, and that's where I actually did some Ada programming. But our professor failed at giving us the proper context. I never realized what we were doing. Everything looked like just exercises and projects about. Well, in case of Ada, our professor put a lot of emphasis on modular programming, so we created different files and then compiled and linked everything together on HP Unix workstations. Having to work on a Corn shell didn't make things easier too. And if I recall correctly, we did actually program TCP communication, where we would have a application on one side opening a port and then listening to that port, and then we would write a different client application running on a different workstation, and that would then connect to that port and just send some text over or something like that. And that all seemed to be some kind of contrived example of what you can do with Ada, and I didn't really realize back in that time, which was in the late 90s, I think. No, in the early 90s. So before the web, I think. That we were actually programming the protocol and the communication that was used on the whole internet. Every internet service was using this kind of communication, and we were actually programming an internet service that would be able to communicate via the web and not via the net. And so I never paid close attention. I did the exercises and delivered a neat and tidy Ada program there. But I guess I never realized the significance of what I was learning there. And that makes me really sad in hindsight. So that's something that I definitely have internalized as a teacher, that it's really important to give some context and yeah, explain the use case and the relevance of the exercises that you're doing. All right, let's grab some coffee. And now I'll try to make some headway here with my refactoring. DNP, why didn't you like doing your compiler in Haskell? Was it about the language, or do you think it's not really suited for building compilers? Was it just a vehicle to actually teach you compiler building, but there wasn't enough emphasis on the specifics of Haskell? There are there could be many reasons why you dislike that. So I would be interested in what the actual reasons were. Okie dokie. So, So here we build up group rules out of what's called data bag items. Data bag items are basically JSON files uploaded to a Chef server. So that's a way you can provide the Chef server with external data. In this case, it's rules for alerting in Prometheus. So we are building up these group rules, and then here's this rules config that I think should be closer to where we then build these groups. Where does the rules config go? Okay, that gets written to the rules file. Okay. But first, we also get these rule groups. And they get added to the rules config as well. Okay. So I guess I'll put that at the beginning here, because that initializes this section here. Actually, group rules. Oh dear. Okay, there's the group rules. They get included in the rules config, and the rules config then gets written out as a YAML file. So rules config should be at the beginning of everything here. Build the alerting rules file, something like that. DNP answers, personally I think the lecture was terrible. Professor basically threw the docs of Haskell on the wall and went over it. Okay. Not much about parsers and compilers. We had to understand and do that as homework. Good job, Mr. Professor. Or Miss Professor? I would assume it was a man. I think I might have liked it if there were two lectures. First, Introduction to Haskell, and then building a compiler, and then throwing both together. Yeah, would make much more sense. But that way, learning a language at the same time as learning how to do compiler building, with all its theory about lexers and parsers and abstract syntax trees and all that stuff. Yeah. Oh dear. You know, the upside of having experienced so many bad teachers is that hopefully it made me a better teacher. simply because I'm able to empathize. It's not emphasize. Empathize? Yeah, empathize with people. That's such a shame, you know. That's very similar to what was I experiencing, and now only realize how relevant that was. What we learned back then. You miss so much important stuff simply because no one points its relevance and importance out to you. That's so sad. That's so much wasted time. Time that you paid for, either in tuition fees or in taxes. Yeah, TBT gamer. It's like if you do this house building project and you do the architecture at the same time as the material science, as well as the everything else that is involved in actually building a house. Balthasar, that's exactly what I said earlier before you joined us. Welcome to the stack. In our chat yesterday, we did discuss exactly the same things. Ah, yes, the fate of the early ones. The people after you get the much more refined and improved thing. It's also the same with younger siblings. I'm an older sibling, so no, I'm not bitter at all. Riding on our coattails, these younglings. Benefiting from all the fights that we had with our parents. Okay, let's get on with it. So these rules, yeah, that should definitely be its own class. So we need to read a rules data bag, and later we'll also need a rule groups data bag. And then turn all of that into a single hash that we can then again convert to YAML and write out into a file. So let's go and build our rules config. The file itself, I think, is also called rules.yaml. So since we already named our first class scrape configs, scrape configuration, I guess we'll add another, which is rules configuration. No, that boilerplate stuff doesn't really work either, Copilot. That's a rare miss, but still. So, wait, that's the scrape configuration. Let's go back to the recipe here. So the rules configuration will consist of groups, starting with an empty array, but that will then get populated. Namely here. Okay, gotcha. So I guess groups is going to be a class attribute, an instance attribute for our rules configuration. So let's initialize that with an empty array right away. I consider that DNP, that might be a refactoring step that we'll do later, if in case we find out that the rules configuration class itself is again becoming too big. But at the moment I'm quite confident that it won't be too sprawling. So that's that, and I guess at this point we'll simply replace this with a call to rules configuration new. So and here I guess we'll extract everything. Again, we'll call it do the thing. At the end, let's see how this works. But let's finish this first. So rules config will do this, and then we'll say rules config do the thing, and we'll turn that into YAML, and that's it. Of course there's more to it, but that's the basic gist of it. And that way we are getting closer to our goal of having this recipe file mostly contain chef resources again. Like this file resource, and we'll get rid of this extensive Ruby code here. So it's going to be mostly one file resource out of the other, only interspersed with creating these kinds of objects here. That's much better. But now we'll have to make this work. Do the thing, builds this rules, gets this rules data back, and then it builds up these group rules. It does write them here, group rules. I guess we'll use the group rules down here, and the groups that we build here. And I'm losing track. We have these groups. Where did groups come from? Oh, don't worry. We'll refactor that. I just try to not build up a whole stack of stuff that I need to do in order to get my code working again. So the first step is always to actually extract everything to a single method that I then can call in place of all the code that I did extract. And after that, we'll then make sure that this code is getting more readable. I guess it's the first step of just getting the Ruby stuff out of the recipe. That goal we have achieved by now. But of course, this is still pretty ugly and far too complex to put everything into a single method. But I actually lost track of the through line that goes through here, because I did create this groups array. But this array? Ah, I see. That's the rules config thingy here. These are our groups. So in the end, of our method here, we need to return rules config. And so that's not exactly correct. I guess what we can do is actually keep this as a local variable. So we don't actually need to initialize this in the first place. Rubocop is going to complain about us having an empty method there. So we build up the rules config and return that in the end. So yeah, exactly. And so now rules config is actually our whole rules configuration object. And we can call rules config do the thing and turn that into YAML, and that should actually work. So let's verify this assumption. Let's see if it even compiles. It won't. I can tell you already that it won't. Because the calls to data bag now don't have the necessary namespacing. So we'll actually have to do something about that. I wonder if I used the refactored something else. I guess something like that. Yes. So we can actually call chef data bag list, which gives us a list of data bags. That's not what I want. Here we create a new data bag. I guess that's mostly what we need. I'm just not sure if it's exactly what we need. So in the load balancer cookbook, oh wait, that's in a recipe even. Still, let's take a look at it. In the load balancer cookbook, the website's recipe. Oh, here we create a new data bag. Yeah, that's definitely something we don't need to do. Okay, let's research that. Chef data bag class. Let's take a look at about data bags first. Where's the database in recipes? There are these helper methods, data bag and data bag item. Create and edit. I guess I'll take a look at the source code here, because I'm pretty sure that databag is simply an alias to databag.new and name or something. So chef API databag. Class chef databag. Here we go. Class chef databag. Doesn't seem to have it. Oh yes, it hasn't. Constructor chefs rest. That creates a new databag. That's not what I want. I need something like load. Yeah, here we databag load. That's a class method where we can load a databag by name. Okay. And then we need list to get the, no, that gives us a list of data bags. I need to list the data bag items inside a data bag. A data bag is basically just a collection of data bag items. There's not much to a data bag itself, apart from the name, to which then the data bag items are associated. DNP, thank you for stopping by. Have a great day, and see you soon. The data bag items themselves are the important things, because these are these JSON documents that you can read each by itself, which is the way to provide the Chef server with external data. Okay, so how about data bag item then? Are there any class methods that allow me to... No. Yeah, data bag item doesn't have a scope of all the other peer data bag items in the same data bag. That's something that data bag itself needs to provide. So what does list do? Chef config... Oh dear. Huh? It calls the API get data. I think that'll get me a list of all data bag items. That's the top level thing. I guess I need to instantiate a data bag, load it, but that doesn't give me a method to enumerate its data bag items. Am I missing something here? We load the data bag item. No, the data bag. And then data/name gets us the data bag item. Yeah. Okay. And we can also create one from an instance. Create a new instance. Okay, we create an instance and have that create an object on the server then. Yeah, okay. We can also destroy one. let's take another look at data bag item. We can load one specific one. I'm missing some intermediate thing. So let's take another look at what we actually need. Where's my rules config file? So here we just need to instantiate a data bag object. And then we'll iterate wait a second. We call sort on the data bag itself. So that returns an array-like structure that we can call sort on. Okay. Interesting. Let's find out what the data bag method here does. That's kind of a helper method, recipe helper method, something like that. Recipe, here's, wasn't that the data bag thingy? Or was that on the old? Yeah, data query. So there's the data bag method. That's from data query. Where we call data bag load for the bag. And it returns the keys of this data bag object. Ah, that's interesting. Okay, so I think we can do the same now. Which means we'll do chef data bag load Prometheus rules. And then we'll iterate over the keys that the data bag object gives us. That, I think, is the equivalent. And then we have data bag item, where we need to take the similar approach. Let's take a look at what that does. So we create a data bag item, load that. We need a bag and an item, which I assume both are going to be strings. See, now we would actually benefit from some yard documentation here. I'm pretty sure this is going to be strings. What I don't like is that these methods actually do quite some heavy lifting, especially this data bag item method here. And I don't want to have to copy and paste that. I could actually just use data query, the data query namespace here, and call data bag and data bag item in place of where I previously used the other stuff. So yeah, so we'll use data query data bag. That's, I guess, chef data query. Oops. Data query dot data bag. Oh, that's an instance method, so we need to instantiate a data query, I guess. Does it have an initializer? No, it doesn't. There's even the search method. Huh. I think we can also simplify our search calls out of our Ruby code, because at the moment I'm doing chef search query, new search args by hand, and then do a first to get all the results. And I think I can just replace that with data query search. So let's explore this. We'll need a new data query that we can get. So let's do that. Data query equals chef data query new. Then we'll call data query data bag. Data query data bag. Get the data bag. We can, oops, keep this as it was before, and here we can simply say data query data bag item. And now this should be pretty much the same, and here we can do data query data bag again, this time about the rule groups. And then we do data query data bag item again. Okay, let's give it a try. That's the first time I'm using this API. And it doesn't work. Chef data query new doesn't work. Uninitialized constant chef data query. It's chef DSL data query, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's up there. Okay. Let's see if that fixes things. DSL data query. It would be amazing if this works, because it'll simplify also quite a few of the chef code that we have. Still doesn't work. We might have to. Oh, it's a module. Wait, what? It's a module. Module chef DSL data query. And oh, so we can call these instance methods directly. Okay. Didn't see that, so we can actually get rid of that and say, okay, that's chef DSL data query dot data bag. Same here. Same here. And same here. Not quite yet. Undefined method data bag. What are you even talking about? Provides DSL helper methods. So, wait, do I need to? I guess we could simply include this module and then call the functions directly. Wouldn't that be helpful? Is that how we're supposed to play things? Let's see. Chef data query data bag? No, it's data bag. Just so. Blah, 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 blah. Using the chef data bag objects. Chef data bags. Data bag query. Yeah, maybe that'll help. Chef data bag item load. Well, that. Okay, but that's the raw data bag item. Okay. And with the data bag item, that does work nicely, but the data bag. No, it doesn't work nicely for the data bag item because of all the additional stuff these methods do here. Working with a raw data bag item, such as here, doesn't include the case of, say, encrypted data bag items that get handled here as well. So I would pretty much like to use this helper method, but I'm not sure how to get to it. I haven't used Kagi much because I only subscribed yesterday, I think. But so far, I didn't actually notice any issue. So yeah, it seems to be nice to do nicely, and I guess I didn't have to skip a load of shit in terms of ads and stuff. Maybe I'm just not noticing the absence of all that crap. Maybe that's why I don't actually have a conscious opinion on Kagi so far. I'll have an eye on that. I actually want to yeah, I should evaluate my decision there to subscribe. Okay. I guess somewhere in the Chef code base, data query gets used, and I should be able to see where that is. So let's give this a try. I think we can go right into Chef. And let's see where data query comes up. So yes, they do include Chef DSL data query, and then can simply run the methods from there. And that also happens in DSL Universal. So yeah, let's give this a try. What happens if we say include Chef DSL data query and start calling stuff like database, or data bag, sorry. Data bag item, data bag, and data bag item. Okay, still not working. Undefined method data bag. Are you even kidding me? But I'm not watching the syntax, do I? Oh, yes, I do. See, it's an underscore. Ah, yes. For some reason, I lost the underscore there. Down there it is. Okay. Now I'm getting excited. That was the only issue? Nope, it wasn't. What's now? No implicit conversion of string into integer. Oof, where does that happen? Here, rules config groups. Wait, what does this even mean? I'm pretty sure it's where we apply group. No. That is strange. I think we need to debug what group actually is. Maybe that returns something that we don't expect. Is this actually the first time that I'm accessing databags from a pure Ruby file? That also tells me that it's high time to do this kind of refactoring, because if we don't read databags from a pure Ruby file yet, that means that all this reading that does happen is still buried in some cookbook's recipe, and that's not exactly where it belongs. So yeah, it's worth exploring this. Let me see where the failure actually is. That's line 49. So oh, it's down there, which means that we already passed this part where we actually read the rule data bag item, the Prometheus rules data bag items, and the data bag. So, something special must be happening down here. Could it be that... No, group ID is fair to be a string. And we get that out of rule groups, and rule groups is the data bag. Okay. Yeah, rule groups DB, that's the data bag. Name interval rules, group ID. I think there's some kind of a misunderstanding, so let's print group here. Or something that I failed to notice because it's been a while. We've been streaming for 4.5 hours. That's an all-time best. This is officially the longest live stream I've ever done. And OBS is holding up. So that's amazing. But I guess my brain is turning into mush by now. Exegete! Right on time for my brain to turn into to be turning into mush. How's it going? I think, folks, we need something specific to get me back on track. No, not in time to raid out. This stream is officially open-ended. Oh dear. I have the whole workday to stream and to do this. My family is off to Peru, so I'm not under adult supervision. And I guess there's enough stuff in the fridge to keep me going. And I just got a new bag of beans, so there's also enough coffee to go. We'll see. This is going to be interesting. I actually didn't notice that I've been going for so long. So yeah, this is a good sign. I have a little bit of a guilty conscience because all this refactoring work doesn't actually get us ahead with our goals and stuff. But on the other hand, it's the week before Christmas. What do people expect? I'd rather do something that is fun and also helpful. I mean, it's not useless at all. This is definitely something that we need, because Chef is one of the main things that our whole business relies upon. And so getting this code done properly and stuff, that's definitely something that is helpful, and setting a good example of how Chef code should look like. So just to give you a little bit of context exegete, I'm working on the monitoring cookbook, but this time I'm refactoring it. I'm not adding new functionality or something like that, but I try to extract all the pure Ruby code out into actual classes to reduce the recipes to go back to what they are supposed to be, namely a bunch of Chef resources that get called on the system and create configuration files and stuff. How the contents of these YAML files, in this case, get created isn't really the concern of the recipe, and that's what I try to extract into their own classes. The issue that I'm dealing with at the moment is that by taking out the code out of the recipe context, deprives me of a few of the helper methods that are available to Chef recipes. And now I need to actually do research how to get access to these APIs from a pure Ruby file. Bethesda says, okay, hold up, it's that attitude right there that prevents necessary refactors from being done in a timely fashion. What kind of attitude do you mean? It doesn't add, or it doesn't get us closer to our goals? You're perfectly right. Of course I shouldn't have a guilty conscience. That's actually silly. No, the guilty conscience is, I guess, realizing that I'm now going to spend at least 5 hours on this. Maybe there's part of me that tells me that this shouldn't take this long, but on the other hand, I'm also explaining stuff, and we're having side topics like business basic and all kinds of stuff. So yeah, it definitely is some nice distraction as well. I would probably make faster progress by doing this on my own, but it wouldn't even be half the fun. So, did I already run this? So at the beginning of my thingy here, I should have output, shouldn't I? Compiling cookbooks, I think that's my output. Data bag item, Prometheus rule groups, all nodes, ID all nodes, interval 1 second. Oh yes, there is only one group in there. The all nodes group, which has the ID of all nodes, as already hinted at here, and there's only a single parameter with interval 1 second. So this looks okay. I wonder what that string is that needs to be turned into an integer there. Rules config groups, that's just an array address. Name group ID. Interval is group interval, that's also just an hash access. And here we have rules, and that accesses group rules group ID. I hope I'm not on the wrong track, but I think it thinks group rules is an array. Therefore, group ID has to be an integer, but group ID is the actual name of the group, which is a string. So why does it think that group rules is an array? Is there a reason why it might be thinking that? group rules is definitely a hash. It gets initialized as a hash. And it gets a few things here. But most of all, it's just, it has a key for each group. Or for each rule, I guess. No, what? We initialize that as an array and then add the rule entry to that. Yeah, that's exactly why I want to extract all that, because this YAML is so complex in certain parts that I really can't tell anymore how this is supposed to look like. Because it's just a nested jumble of arrays nested into hashes, nested into arrays. But I guess group rules being an array or being used as an array is the only explanation I have for why this is actually causing a type error. Let's output group rules here. Group rules. Wait, let's output that group rules. So where's the output here? Group rules. All nodes. Alert, instance down, expression for labels. Instance down, description. That's the first. So yeah, it's a hash containing an array of hashes, and each hash is an alert definition. So there's another alert definition here. That all looks good. Any hints why or how I could debug where this type error is actually happening? Rules configuration 50, that's the operation here. I guess we need to do a little bit of experimentation here. So what if I add an empty hash? That of course will break our configuration, but will it compile? Doesn't either. Well, that's amazing. It's actually rules config groups. It thinks rules config is an array, and I think we initialized it as an array. Why did we do that? Up here, rules config, array. That's of course bogus. It needs to be a hash because it's going to be YAML in the end. Oh dear. Still breaks. For a different reason, I guess. Undefined method. Yeah, of course. Rules config groups is empty. It should be an array, an empty array, because then we can add these alert definitions. Okay, why doesn't it get initialized? I guess I... somewhere I lost the initialization, and maybe that's what confused me. Somewhere there was an initialization as an array, but that wasn't rules config, that was rules config group, or groups. So Copilot does remember better than I do. And I guess that got mixed up and got me to initialize rules config as an array. So yeah, we have a hash, and then we initialize the groups key here, and I think that might actually enable us to drop this initialization in the first place, but I guess we'll keep it. It's more, yeah, it's more readable that way. There's no implicit, I guess one of the problems that got me into this mess was that the initialization of rules config was implicit by initializing the group's key in that hash that automatically turns rules config into a hash, and its group's key then gets assigned an empty array value. So by doing this initialization of the whole hash explicitly, that makes things much more easy to understand and less ambiguous. Okay, great. So let's see how this works. It does compile, it does converge, and it does verify. Good stuff. That means my initial refactoring was successful, but it resulted in a method called doTheThing that is quite a mouthful here. And so we need to, of course, split this up into more readable sub-methods. And there's a lot of potential there as well. So, for example, we can definitely extract these ugly blocks where we try and access a data bag that might or might not be there, so we have to do some exception catching. And so let's start by extracting those first. We still don't need an initialize method, so let's get rid of that. Sully, do the thing! Wait, where do I know that from? Do the thing! Where did I get that from? Exegete actually redeemed a hydrate. Oh, we are out of coffee. Well, there's a few drops of hydration there, and that counts as your reward redeemed, but I definitely will need my water bottle in a few minutes, because I'll quickly run dry from talking. Avatar: The Legend of Korra. Okay. You're a personal fan of writing methods like do the thing? It's good as a first step, but we should definitely rename that if our goal is to make things more maintainable. Okay, so we need a method that will return the rules data bag. Rules data bag. And I guess we'll do this. No, wait, what am I doing? That's how it's supposed to look like. Okay. Yeah, so we can simply do that's rules data bag. Okay. Wait, that needs to go here. And that needs to go here as well. Where do we use rules DB? Oh, brilliant. So I can actually say rules data bag sort. Now let's do the same thing here. What I want to do is rule groups DB equals rule groups data bag, which means I can extract this into rule groups data bag. And yeah. Which means, yeah, that's that. The thing is becoming more readable now. Does it still work though? Scrambled Egg Radio, what a brilliant Twitch name. Welcome to the stack. What's your setup? What do you mean? Streaming setup? Work setup? Operating system IDE. So I'm working on Fedora Silverblue with a nested toolbox container in which I install all my development tools, which mostly consists of the typical Linux command line tools like Git and stuff. And as my development environment, I'm using Tmux, which allows me to have as many terminals open and visible as I want. And inside there, I'm running Z Shell as my shell and NeoVim as my editor. And thanks for the compliment. I really appreciate it. A lot of work went into that. So, it did converge. Does it also verify? Woohoo! See, if you do refactoring, having a test suite that tells you if you've broken anything is essential. It's so important because I'm doing all these changes here and replacing stuff with classes and doing all the things. But as long as my test suite here is fully green, I'm pretty much confident that I can deploy my changes as a patch version, which means it'll get deployed directly to production without any intermediate step, without having to fear that I will disrupt my own or worse, someone else's on-call shift. So having a proper test suite to give you the confidence to deploy your changes is so important, especially if you want to do refactoring that improves the code that you're building. Balthasar is considering going with Docker Swarm. Do you really think Docker Swarm is worth the investment? I never bothered to get into Docker Swarm, to be honest. I think I can either do with Docker Compose, or if things are more complex, then I'll go to K3S. Pretty much that. So in terms of my home lab, at the moment I'm only running Portainer. So that pretty much limits me Well, it doesn't actually, does it? I just haven't explored it yet. I was about to say it limits me to Docker Compose because that's what the Portainer stacks basically are. They are nicely packaged Docker Compose setups. But Portainer does also support Kubernetes, doesn't it? I've never tried that. But what I definitely intend to do is basically set up a K3s setup on my home lab server with 3 VMs that interact, or maybe even more, maybe just 3 VMs that run my work nodes, and say 3 more that run my control plane. Not sure. Yeah, I'll use something that exposes me to Kubernetes because I need to become proficient with kubectl and things like that. So I don't think I'll use the Kubernetes features of Portainer, which tries to hide all the complexity of Kubernetes. Instead, I'll probably go with K3s and set up a more typical Kubernetes cluster. And Monia says K0s. I don't think I've looked at that yet, but there are so many ways of setting up a Kubernetes cluster by now. Something that I definitely want to explore is Cloudia. I'm pretty sure you need to, Cloudy, you need to pronounce it the German way, because only then it makes sense. That's basically a cluster automation tool that allows you to spin up or control Kubernetes clusters. So you need a Kubernetes cluster running Cloudy, and from there then you can spin up more Kubernetes clusters and control them from this central instance basically. So that's definitely something that I'd like to explore, because I can imagine that our hosting platform will sometime in the future look like this Cloudy setup here. Okay, we're still good. Love it. Let's see if we can get things down more. Maybe we'll start by renaming do the thing. So what does it do? It basically returns a hash with our rules configuration, and previously I simply called this method 2h because that's the common way to make a class return a hash, even if its internal representation isn't a hash in the first place. So let's go and change that. We can actually shorten this even more. We can actually say rules configuration new to hash and get rid of the whole rules config variable, because that only appears once. Cool, cool. Now we can shift this together. Alert rules? What do you prefer? Am I going to write alert rules or alerting rules? Well, so part of my evaluation is that I want something that's relatively easy to maintain my environment. K3 is easy, low friction maintainability. Rancher. I should have a look at Rancher too, shouldn't I? So many options. So many options. Okie dokie, let's go. Okay. I guess prom config is going to be the last thing that we'll refactor here, but this is so ugly. Look at this ugly hash here. Prom config alerting. Alert managers path prefix. We can at least join this line. It's still valid. And then we have these static configs that simply access the alert manager on port 9093 on localhost. That's something that I definitely want to hide. So if alert manager config is empty, there's no alert manager to set up. But if it is, then it needs to have this hash. Yeah, I guess that's going to be a simple class. We'll call it alert managers. No, it's alerting configuration, because it's the alerting key in the Prometheus configuration. So it's the alerting configuration. Alerting config. No, it's a file name. Alerting configuration.rb. Class alerting configuration. And we'll create an initializer. Do we? That's an interesting thing. Copilot recommended I pass in the node object, which contains all the information about the node that Chef is running on. We could, and we have to somehow do that, because here we are actually using node. But node is a huge data structure that contains all our knowledge about the node we are running on, which is basically almost everything we can know about this host, from the devices that are connected to the packages that are installed and all kinds of stuff. So it's pretty extensive what is stored in this node object. And I think we shouldn't, no, that's the main reason I think why we shouldn't actually pass that in, because even if it's passed as a reference to the node object and not as the full as a full node object, that's just a lot of data that we shouldn't actually shift around. If all we need is this sub hash, or even a value in the end under the cookbook name, which is the string Prometheus X, subkey alert manager, subkey path prefix. If all that we need is that, we should actually just pass that in. Or maybe there's a good middle ground by passing in the alert manager hash, even though we only expect a single key below that, which is path prefix. But in the future, there might be other stuff that we need as well. For example, if we want to make the port variable, We might actually have a port key under Alert Manager as well. So I guess what we are going to do is we say prom config alerting equals alerting configuration new to H. That's what we're going to again call our method, and we'll pass the alert manager part in here. Are we going to make it a named parameter? In this case, I don't see much sense, because as far as I can see, it's going to stay the only parameter we'll ever need. Oh, I'm getting a little bit of a headache there. But yeah, we're almost at the 5-hour mark here. I should probably take another break and stretch a little. Also, get my water bottle. Yeah, so let's get this done, and then I'll take a break. Alerting configuration, we'll pass in alert manager, which means we can actually get rid of all this. Okay. We'll have to define another method, in this case 2h, yep. We'll indent this, end it here. Just return this hash, and that's going to be our alert manager params, or the parameters. And what we can do is do this, alert manager parameters, which means alert manager, that is going to be this, and that means alert manager parameters equals alert manager parameters. So that's this ugly data structure hidden, and in here reduced to a single line. Alerting configuration, new node, cookbook name, alert manager, 2h. So whatever we get, we are not concerned about it in this context. We'll just get our alerting configuration from our node attribute here, whatever that is, and we'll write it into prom config alerting. If if the alert manager config is populated. Interesting. So what we could do is use a variable here, alert manager. That'll make it even easier to read, because here we use alert manager parameters config, and if that is not empty, then we can simply pass those to our method or to our class and get that done. Look at that. Now this looks like Chef. We include a recipe, okay, that's fair. We call a resource, in this case a custom resource that we've defined ourselves, that installs Prometheus. The only thing that we need to take care of is prom config now, but apart from that, we'll iterate over these scrape configs and create some configuration of these. That's what scrape configuration does for us. Then we can actually write our alert rules. Now, what's the verdict on naming these rules? Shall we do a poll? Question. Name for or text for the comment. Is it alert rules or alerting rules? Let me know what you think. All you native speakers out there. Is it alert rules or is it alerting rules? Or would alerting rules mean that these rules are pretty alerting? Not to say alarming. Yes, there are rules for Alert Manager. They're getting derived from the Alert Manager parameters. Ooh, nice. So Balthasar chooses option 3, Alert Manager rules. That's also fair. Well, are they though? No, they are not. They're not Alert Manager rules because, to be precise, they are the rules that define what Prometheus needs to pass on to Alert Manager. These alerting rules consist of queries to Prometheus and conditions under which are the conditions under which Prometheus will trigger an alert via the Alert Manager. So you could call them Alert Manager triggers, but that's not the terminology Prometheus is using, and that basically reminds me that I should simply look at the terminology that Prometheus itself is using. And look at that. So yes, that's the alerting rules. Cool. And these are the scrape configurations. Scraping configurations, isn't it? Let's go back. Scrape config sections, how to scrape them. So I guess it's scrape configuration, yeah. Scrape configurations. Then alerting rules. Then Alert Manager configuration. It's not actually the Alert Manager configuration, but the configuration Prometheus needs to know about Alert Manager, namely on which port it can actually, on which TCP address it can basically reach Alert Manager. So Alert Manager integration, I guess, is the right word. Or shall we again take a look at this? Let's see. Is that the Prometheus configuration? Yeah, it is. So lots of stuff here for the service discovery. Or service discovery, relabeling, alert manager config. Specifies alert manager instances. Okay. Let's again use the terminology they use. So it's alert manager config. I guess the context will tell us that it's Prometheus's alert manager config and not alert manager's own config. And finally, we can write the Prometheus YAML file, and that's it. I think we've almost reached our goal now, that this recipe again reads like a very simple chef recipe, which means, yeah, we install Prometheus, then we define the scrape configurations, alerting rules, and alert manager config. That all these details we use to write the Prometheus configuration file. We also create a directory on the server, and then we'll define a systemd unit that starts or even manages Prometheus. And if we have an alert manager configuration, which I think is another repetition.
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Quadruple K. Hello, thank you for the follow. That's very nice of you. So, I think that's a repetition where we can use the variable that we introduced earlier, isn't it? Code name alert manager. Yeah, that's the alert manager parameters. So let's again replace that with alert manager parameters. And if that's not empty, then we include the alert manager recipe that will then actually set up the alert manager service with its own systemd unit and everything. So this has now shrunk down to, say, 2 screen pages, not even 2. This is how many lines? 85 lines. That's perfectly fine. And all the complex data munging stuff went into these class libraries. Yeah, it's a good thing that this is hidden, and that as well. I wonder if we can strip this down even more to make it more readable. Last thing we did was extract these data bag queries here. So we have the group rules and the rule groups. I think we can actually do that. So let's extract this. This is pretty much collecting all the group rules. So what I'd like to have at the end is group rules equals collect group rules. Let's extract that. Collect group rules. Something's missing. I can tell. Yeah. What happened here? I need to extract all this here. Yeah. Def collect group rules. Okay. And then we have, what do we do here? We build up the rules config. Which means we can extract all this. where we... what do we do here? Yes, my linter is actually called Rubocop. We build up rules config in here. So what we could do is simply return that. Build rules config. And build rules config needs to consist of this. But also the initializing stuff here. And then, of course, it needs to return rules config. But we need to pass in the group rules. And look, 2H means we collect the group rules from our data bag items, and we use them to build the rules configuration, and we return that as our result, and that's it. So this really tells a story. We collect the group rules. We could even call that collect group rules from data bag or something, and then build rules config from data bag as well. But I think let's not go overboard here. Yeah, so this is now much more structured, where we had a huge block of Ruby code that did all kinds of stuff to arrays and hashes of arrays. We now have a class that is nicely structured into different methods that hopefully fit the single responsibility principle, and our recipe, on the other hand, is now really, really simplified. Catch you later, Balthazar. Thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it. It's always fun having you around. Over 5 hours now. Longest stream of my life. Now, let's put things to the test. I'm not sure if this is still working. This almost felt too easy on the latest changes. Yeah. No implicit again. Another wrong initialization. How did that happen? Wait, where did it break? That's group rules. Group rules needs to be a hash. Did it get initialized as an array again? That's line 57 in rules configuration. In rules configuration. Group rules, group ID. Group rules. We passed that in, and we returned the we passed in the return value of collect group rules. And group rules is a hash, but we didn't return it. We failed to return it. Group rules. Okay, another thing, we had some nice yard documentation in the other file, and I think we should apply that to here as well. But let's first get our tests working again. Oh, still breaking. This time, rules configuration new to H. I guess probably missing parameter? Property content must be one of string nil. You passed something. Wait, what? Yeah, content needs to be a string. So new to H is not going to work if we don't add to YAML. Let's go back to our recipe. Yeah, here. Interesting. So we rely only on data bags here, so we don't have to pass in anything to rules configuration. It's completely autonomous. Interesting. Maybe we should pass in the names of the data bags, just to have some kind of a connection between the chef recipe and the Ruby code. The Ruby code knowing which data bags to talk to feels a little bit off. But that might be the brain mush talking. Okay, here we go. Verify. I'm also starting to get really hungry because I only had a little bit of bread with hummus earlier instead of a full lunch. So I guess it's pizza time. After almost 5.5 hours, I think I deserve the pizza. Okay, this is still working. Yeah, I was also discussing taking a break to stretch and stuff. How long am I going to keep going? Let's see. We would have to factor out prom config as well. So that's, I guess, another half hour. And then add API documentation in the form of yard comments like I've done here. This one is fully documented, but the rules configuration one isn't. So I guess there's another half hour to an hour left in there to refactor, and I don't think I'm going to do that today. Maybe later. Wait, it's Wednesday, so nope, I'm not going to do that later. There's going to be World of Warcraft in my future, in my near future, so I think I'm done for today, in all kinds of senses. Folks, this has been a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm really happy with the work I've done so far. I should commit that, but I'll do that off stream. Let's find someone who we can raid. Sadly, most of you already have broken off to somewhere else, but still, let's pay it forward. And there's Purple Elf, who we can actually raid. So let's do that. Thank you for a great stream. This was a lot of fun, and I'll see you tomorrow if everything goes right. Tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m. UTC, which is my local Irish time as well. I have planned another live coding stream, and I hope it'll happen. So if you want to make sure that the stream is going to happen, then join our Discord server. !Discord gives you the URL, and you're more than welcome there. It's a nice little friendly community. And yeah, so let's go and raid Purple Elf. And Maya also does Ruby on Rails development for Gumroad, so it's going to be a nice handover there. So let me start the raid, and I'll see you soon. Take care.